Chapter 1182. Although David knew this, he couldn't do anything to the god of war. The god of war had a treasure that could track his aura. This was something he had known for a long time. Otherwise, how could the god of war have come and accurately pinpoint his location as soon as he returned to the great world of God? As David thought about this, he summoned the Black Dragon Alexis from the Artifacts space card. With the Black Dragon Alexis around, his safety was guaranteed. The god of war probably wouldn't find trouble with him unless he had the confidence to deal with the 3 god-level fighters. David didn't believe that the god of war could defeat the 3 god-level fighters the next time they met. He didn't know about Alexis's situation, but the Titan gold-armored Emperor clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone's god of war talent ability had been improving very quickly. The avatars of the golden-armored Titan Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor, who were currently cultivating, were sorting out their gains from the Divinity War while cultivating. Every time David's mind entered, he could feel the obvious improvement in the fighting skills of the Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor. With the speed at which the Titan Gold-Armored Emperors and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clones were improving, the next time they met, their strength would be much stronger than this time. David also knew that after reaching the god level, it wasn't easy to improve in a short period of time. This was especially true for a dominator like the god of war. It was extremely difficult for him to improve even a little bit. David was very unhappy with the feeling of his aura being constantly tracked. He tried to take out the divine artifact Stalker's crown and put on his head. Almost immediately, the feeling of being constantly tracked decreased by a lot, leaving only a very subtle feeling of being spied on. The god of war was also observing the aura-locking talisman. Suddenly, the aura-locking talisman dimmed, and the information transmitted was vague and intermittent. This made it impossible for the god of war to track Lord Arthur's exact location. However, the aura-locking charm could still confirm whether Lord Arthur was in the great world of God or not. It could also analyze which star system he was in. Damn it! It's the Stalker's crown that was placed in the shrine's treasury. Guy actually carried the Stalker's crown with him. The god of war thought for a moment and guessed why Lord Arthur wasn't tracked by the aura-locking charm. Archbishop Guy was in charge of the shrines of war, so he could borrow the Stalker's crown from the treasury as long as it was returned. Who would have thought that Archbishop Guy, the Archbishop of the Shrines of War, would fall in the hands of Lord Arthur and let the Stalker's crown fall into Lord Arthur's hands? The god of war quickly calmed down because Lord Arthur had lost too many things. Even if the Stalker's crown was in Lord Arthur's hands, he would take Lord Arthur down sooner or later, and all the treasures in Lord Arthur's hands would be his. David was very satisfied with the Stalker's crown. He used his talent ability to break space to come to the sky of planet Gammy and summon the space destruction shrines from the small world of his soul space. The space destruction shrines had been affected by David's power of faith during this period of time, and its appearance had changed drastically. The relief carvings praising the god of war on the surface of the space destruction shrines had all disappeared and were replaced with new relief carvings. The relief carvings showed the record of the creation of the small world of the soul space. From the day the soul space and the small world merged, the small world of the soul space absorbed soul energy and increased. The phantom human appeared, the world tree took root, the gods mined the space stone for the small world grew into a real world, the first archbishop appeared, and the first shrines were built. Of course, for those who didn't know about the small world of the soul space, they would only think that it was the content of a legend. The appearance of the space destruction shrines in the great world of God didn't cause any abnormal reactions. David had made some preparations for this, but they didn't come in handy. However, thinking about the great world of God, many evil gods had shrines hidden in various places of the great world of God. It was understandable. Leaving the space destruction shrines in the great world of God was actually a kind of consumption. In the great world of God, there were no actual believers of David. Although some knights' extreme worship of Lord Arthur could produce faith, it didn't mean that they were believers. There was still some distance away from being believers, let alone producing power of faith for the shrines. The power of faith produced by extreme worship would directly affect David's body. Now David didn't care about this power of faith. Compared to the power of faith provided by the 4,000-century-old ascetics, the power of faith produced by extreme worship was too little. The space destruction shrines were now consuming the power of faith provided by the 4,000-century-old ascetics, but David had to be careful when using it. Many of the runes in the space destruction shrines were designed and made by the rich god of war. The power of faith consumed was terrifying, and the power of faith provided by the 4,000-century-old ascetics was a lot less. In the end, David's foundation was still too weak. For example, the god of war had accumulated the power of faith for tens of thousands of years. Even if he didn't mention this accumulation, just the real-time power of faith from 1/5 of the followers of the god's macro world was already a huge amount of power of faith. David controlled the runes of the retribution theurgy with his mind, and a large amount of power of faith surged in. Luckily, he didn't want to cast a large-scale retribution theurgy, so the power of faith used was a little less. Even so, he felt a little heartache. 1/10 of the power of faith accumulated in the small world of Abel's soul was directly used up. It was the first time David personally experienced the feeling of becoming a god through faith. No matter when, the power of faith was never enough. He felt a little funny. As a god who could perfectly use the power of faith to become a god, the amount of power of faith he received was often not enough. However, the god-level insectoids who had the king's inheritance rune in the bug world had so much power of faith that they could use it at will. It seemed like the rules of the big world had some kind of restriction in this area, and it wouldn't allow a race to have too much talent. Although the god-level insectoids had the king's inheritance rune, they were limited in their understanding of the rules. In addition to the difference in intelligence, the god-level insectoids were very crude in their use of faith. The retribution theurgy rune's circle emitted a white light, and 1/10 of the power of faith from the small world of Abel's soul was injected into the rune. With David's mind guidance, a huge retribution theurgy rune appeared outside of the space destruction shrines. The retribution theurgy rune circle consumed a lot less power of faith, and it only needed a little power of faith to keep the rune circle running. David controlled the retribution theurgy rune to get close to the ground of planet Gammy. After the retribution theurgy was cast, the pollution in the soil automatically flew out of the soil and entered the retribution theurgy rune. This was the way he found to solve the problem of planet Gammy. Although he also learned the retribution theurgy, the one he cast was very different from the one cast by the space destruction shrines. If David cast the retribution theurgy at full power, it could cover the area of his mind. A radius of 1,000 kilometers was not small, but in fact, fixing the pollution of the retribution theurgy was completely different from casting the retribution theurgy. David needed to keep the retribution theurgy rune at all times and travel across the 6 continents of planet Gammy. The effect of the retribution theurgy cast by the space destruction shrines could be guessed just by looking at the amount of power of faith it absorbed. As long as the space destruction shrines kept flying around planet Gammy, the pollution problem of planet Gammy could be solved. The flight of the outer space temple of destruction was very easy. It was powered by the power of faith, and its effect was countless times stronger than the runes on the galactic flying ship. David could sense the soil on planet Gammy's surface with his mind. It was recovering to its previous state. It was a pity that the destroyed plants could not be revived. Even the rivers and lakes had to be rebuilt, but this was not a big problem. As long as the pollution problem was solved, the AI system could take care of the rest. The space destruction shrines returned to the starting point, which was also the area of the planet-level portal. David flew out of the space destruction shrines and grabbed a handful of soil on the ground. He used his hand to sense the situation of the soil. He was very happy that planet Gammy could be restored. He kept taking out all the factory equipment from the dimension pendant. The Cube Super AI system was doing research, but the original backup AI system could also be used. The robot factory began to operate. A new batch of robots appeared on planet Gammy and began the work of rebuilding Planet Gammy. David found the original location of the castle and activated his talent ability, underground sneaking. Huge rocks rose from the ground and became the foundation of the castle. He settled his castle and Annabelle's castle down there. Once again, he returned to his own castle. This castle was built by himself. It was his home in the great world of God. "It feels good to be home," David said softly. David sat down on the expensive chair on the castle platform. He had a glass of spirit red wine in his hand. He took a sip gently. At this time, he felt lonely. He could not help but miss Emma in the Interstellar Federation. Unfortunately, even if he was a demigod and had the Black Dragon Alexis and 2 god-level bug clones, he still did not have the ability to do whatever he wanted. If he brought Emma to the great world of God, David did not even have the confidence to protect Emma. This was because David's enemies were all gods. From the evil god of death, to the god-level bug of the bug world, to the god of war, one of the 5 masters of the great world of God. Even if he exposed the fact that he had 3 god-level entities, it was possible that he would become the enemy of the other 4 shrines and be hunted down by them. Therefore, the seemingly safe planet Gammy was just like before. It was only temporary. It could be destroyed by powerful gods at any time. David did not recall Legend Annabelle. At least, before he received feedback from the 4 shrines, he would not recall Legend Annabelle. After calming down, he took out his Lord-level communication circle. He set up the circle with his mind, and then a message was sent everywhere. "I, Arthur Luce, am back. Planet Gammy has begun to rebuild." At the same time, all the members of the Supreme Council and the archbishops of the 5 shrines received this message. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. A few seconds after David sent this message, his Lord-level communication circle kept receiving messages. There were even applications for the planet-level portal. This planet-level portal was rebuilt by the Shrines of War. The original planet-level portal of Planet Gammy was put away by him. However, the authority inside the planet-level portal was all replaced by David's own. This planet-level portal was no different from his own. It was Chairman Gould and Legend Annabelle who applied for the teleportation. David agreed to Chairman Gould's application. At the same time, he sent a message to Legend Annabelle separately, asking her to continue to stay in Planet Gammy for a while. Chairman Gould's figure appeared in front of the planet-level portal. He looked around with shock in his eyes. Although he had heard about the destruction of Planet Gammy from various intelligence reports, he was still extremely surprised to see the scene in front of him. The ground was as if it had been plowed, and there were no plants. In Chairman Gould's memory, Planet Gammy was full of green. "Arthur, what was the result of the Divine War?" Chairman Gould's first sentence when he saw David was not a greeting, but a question. The friendship between him and David had been tempered many times and had long been extremely deep. Aristocrats rarely called each other by their names. They would only call each other by their names in front of their closest friends. Currently, the biggest question in the great world of God was the outcome of the divine war between the 3 god-level powerhouses and the God of War. The God of War's name was War. Fighting was his forte. Whether it was in legends or records in history books, the God of War had never been defeated. Many aristocrats speculated that the God of War had won, but Lord Arthur's public announcement changed the result of their speculation. The God of War is very powerful. It's a draw. David did not hide it and said helplessly. Chairman Gould let out a long breath, and his face was filled with excitement. Chairman Gould also felt that it was normal for David to dare to call the God of War by his name. Although he did not ask David about the relationship between the 3 god-level powerhouses and David, after hearing David's answer, the answer to that question did not need to be asked anymore. His good friend David had the ability to challenge the God of War and draw with him. No matter how the god-level powerhouses were invited, it was David's ability to be able to invite the god-level powerhouses. Chairman Gould's constant pressure to deal with the God of War was completely removed. The God of War was not an undefeatable existence. Chapter 1183. The God of Justice sat on his throne, and in front of him were spots of light. These were the information about Lord Arthur that the Shrines of Justice had collected. Even the history of Lord Arthur in the Interstellar Federation was recorded, and most of Lord Arthur's experiences were recorded. The battle between the god of war and the three god-level gods had already alerted the four gods, including the god of justice. However, the god of war didn't ask for help, so the four gods didn't go. One of the reasons was because the four gods believed in the god of war. As an ally, they had a deep understanding of the god of war and knew how powerful the god of war was. Although the god of war was a god who had become a god through faith, his close combat abilities were not something that the three ordinary gods could withstand. However, the battle was out of the god of justice's expectations. The god of war and the three gods didn't win. The aura-locking talisman came from the god of justice. He knew the whole story, and he was very clear about the reason why the god of war left the small world. The god of war must have been chasing after Lord Arthur, and the three gods were the helpers that Lord Arthur invited. From the information, the Shrines of War had ended all operations against Lord Arthur, including collecting information, bribing spies, and other conventional and unconventional methods. The god of justice knew the god of war very well. This was because the god of war and Lord Arthur had reached an agreement. That was why the Shrines of War did this. One had to know that the hatred between the Shrines of War and Lord Arthur was very deep. The three shrines had either directly or indirectly fallen in the hands of Lord Arthur. In addition, a large number of level 5 Shrines of War had also fallen in the hands of Lord Arthur. If it wasn't for the order of the god of war, the newly appointed Shrines of War wouldn't have dared to make such a decision. Archbishop McIntyre had always been unyielding. Once he issued an order that exceeded what most people in the War Temple could accept, the consequences would be unbearable. Now, the god of justice needed to consider how the Shrines of Justice should handle their relationship with Lord Arthur. This was no longer a small matter. No matter what method Lord Arthur used, the fact that the three god ranks had come to the great world of God for him meant that he had the ability to mobilize the three god ranks. The god of justice had no choice but to pay attention to this matter. After all, these were three god ranks who could fight the god of war to a standstill. Being an enemy of Lord Arthur was equivalent to being an enemy of three god-level beings. If these three god-level beings were the evil gods of the great world of God, the god of justice could summon a few gods to join forces. However, the three god-level beings left the great world of God after the end of the War of Gods. This meant that the three god-level beings were not from the great world of God. Now that the evil gods were ready to make a move, many strange phenomena in the great world of God indicated that the evil gods were awakening. At this point in time, being an enemy of three powerful god-level beings was forcing the three god-level beings to side with the evil gods. Of course, the most important thing was that the three god-level beings were not from the great world of God. As long as they didn't appear in the great world of God, the god of justice and the other gods wouldn't want to be enemies with them. Tolerating Lord Arthur could avoid a direct confrontation with the three powerful god-level beings, and they could also focus on dealing with the evil gods. The god of justice quickly made a choice. Gods were extremely wise. They wouldn't do things that weren't worth it. Another important piece of information was that it was clear that Lord Arthur had no followers in the great world of God. This was very important. Once Lord Arthur had followers in the great world of God, it would be a conflict of principles with the 5 shrines. This involved a battle of beliefs. In that case, it was reasonable for the 5 shrines to join forces and kill Lord Arthur. In the great world of God, there could only be 5 types of beliefs. Even if there were more gods, they could only be subordinate to these 5 types of beliefs. The god of justice wanted to tolerate Lord Arthur because Lord Arthur had no followers in the great world of God. Without the battle of beliefs, Lord Arthur's influence was strong enough, so it was normal for him to receive some preferential treatment. As for Lord Arthur's current demigod strength, in the eyes of the god of justice, Lord Arthur's talent and cultivation was absolutely unparalleled. However, to become a god with no foundation of belief, the speed of becoming a god would take at least 10 million years. With this time, the 5 shrines would have already solved the problem of the evil gods awakening. They would have the ability to deal with Lord Arthur. Archbishop Julian, send a congratulatory gift to Arthur Lewes for his promotion to demigod. The god of justices will land it in the statue of the Shrines of Justice and send a message to Archbishop Julian. When Archbishop Julian received the message, he was extremely surprised. The god of justice's intention was very clear. He intended to befriend Lord Arthur and acknowledge Lord Arthur's demigod identity. In the history of the great world of God, no demigod had received such treatment. Because those demigods were cultivated by the 5 shrines, they were equivalent to the 5 shrines' weapons. How could the 5 shrines express goodwill to their own weapons? This was only the god of justice's attitude. The god of wealth, the god of earth, and the god of knowledge all adopted the same attitude. The shrines were too familiar with each other, so there was no need for discussion. Speaker Gould stayed on planet Gammy for an afternoon. He wanted to stay on planet Gammy to have a meal together. He had not eaten Lord Arthur's food for half a year. Of course, Speaker Gould was not useless on planet Gammy. In a short time, he helped David contact many stable mineral supply channels. Rebuilding planet Gammy required a lot of materials. David had the technology of the Interstellar Federation, so he did not need ready-made materials. He only needed the most primitive ore. After the consumption of planet Gammy and the huge underground space of the Zerg world, David did not have many materials in storage. He needed a lot of replenishment. In fact, this was also because of Speaker Gould's active help. David had his own business, so the materials needed could be handled by Butler Dickens. However, Speaker Gould was willing to help, so the speed of materials purchase was much faster. Butler Dickens contacted people of similar status, so there was still a process of negotiation. Speaker Gould only needed to greet him, and the material suppliers could even send the materials over first. "Arthur, can we eat now?" Speaker Gould looked at the sky and asked. "It's ready." David smiled and made an inviting gesture. Long before this, David had summoned the Knight of the Holy Temple, the legendary Knight of Anton, and let the legendary Knight of Anton handle the corresponding affairs. The two entered the restaurant and sat down. The legendary Knight of Anton served 2 servings of fruit salad to them. Speaker Gould looked at the fruit salad and felt a sense of luxury. Yes, as the Speaker of the Supreme Council and a top aristocrat, Speaker Gould also felt the luxury of the fruit salad in front of him. It was because the fruit salad was all made of fey fruits. Although he had even drunk fey red wine before, it could only be used during important moments of cultivation. Although fey fruits were not as good as fey red wine, they would only be eaten during cultivation. It would be extremely wasteful to eat them as fruits. "Arthur, this is a bit too extravagant." Given the friendship between Speaker Gould and David, he said whatever he wanted to. "You don't have to save on fey fruits for me. I have a stable supply," David said with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Speaker Gould did not ask any more questions and instead began to eat. The fey fruits turned into a gentle energy that nourished his body, but he still felt that it was too wasteful. If he could immediately cultivate now, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits even though he was in the legendary realm. Clearly, the quality of the fey fruits this time was far better than the 100 fey fruits that were given to him previously. "I obtained a space fragment that produces fey fruits. After some research, the production of fey fruits has increased a little." David explained the excuse that he had long prepared. David was not lying. The first fey fruits were produced in the space of the space fragment in the artifact space card. However, he did not mention the spirit race. Without the spirit race, given the conditions of the space fragment, it would be impossible for spiritual plants to be born. "You don't have to explain such things to me. This space fragment is..." Speaker Gould paused, pointed to the sky, and continued, "They will covet it too. I still don't know their attitude. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to leave for a while," David said in a deep voice. He knew who Speaker Gould was referring to. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned them." Speaker Gould picked up a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. Afterward, Speaker Gould's expression changed. He activated the Dawn training method without hesitation and absorbed the energy contained in the red wine. The red wine on the side did not attract Speaker Gould's attention because he did not feel anything special about it. In fact, this red wine was very special. It was made from the Fey grapes produced in David's small world in the soul space, and it was not made by David himself. As the spirit race stabilized in the small world in the soul space, they grew more and more spiritual plants. Naturally, they produced more wine. David left the matter of brewing the red wine to the spirit race. After he passed on the process and the steps, the spirit race was left to experiment with it. Perhaps because the spirit race was naturally sensitive to Fays, it did not take long for them to produce the current Fey wine. This Fey wine also became David's daily training resource. The Fey wine brewed by the spirit race was not as ostentatious as the Fey wine brewed by David. All the energy contained in it was hidden. If one did not sense it carefully, they would not be able to discover the uniqueness of the Fey wine. David was already a demigod. This super Fey wine could play a great role in the training of demigods. However, it was too much for Speaker Gould, who was only at the legendary stage. David did not expect this result, but in front of him, Speaker Gould would not have any problems. After a long time, Speaker Gould slowly opened his eyes. Speaker Gould looked at the empty glass and asked in disbelief, "What kind of red wine is this?" I almost could not withstand the surge of energy. At this time, he did not have the slightest intention of drinking another glass. On the one hand, he really did not have the energy to absorb any more energy. On the other hand, this kind of red wine must be extremely precious. David introduced with a smile, "This is the Super Fey red wine. The production is a little low, but it is currently used for my training. I'll take it out for you to taste." Speaker Gould said reluctantly, "It's a waste for me to drink it. I feel that this Super Fey red wine can provide me with considerable help even when I become a demigod." To be honest, if he had known that the Super Fey red wine was so rich in energy, he would not have drunk it at this time. If he drank it when he became a demigod, his chances of becoming a demigod would increase significantly. Of course, Speaker Gould was still too far away from becoming a demigod. He had not even formed his own rules. David said casually, "When you become a demigod, I'll prepare it for you." At present, he could not supply the Super Fey red wine to others. On the one hand, the Super Fey red wine contained too much energy and was not suitable for legendaries. On the other hand, he was using the Super Fey red wine in large quantities. The premise was that the resources he gave out would not affect his own training progress. In the following dishes, all the vegetables were Fey. However, Speaker Gould rarely touched the meat dishes that he liked. Even the meat dishes cooked by David, who was far beyond the level of a cooking grandmaster, were not as attractive to Speaker Gould as the Fey vegetables. Just as dinner was about to end, David's Lord-level communication circle sent a message. He scanned the Lord-level communication circle with his spirit and had a strange smile on his face. Speaker Gould saw that David had placed the Lord-level communication circle on the table and could not help but be curious. In this situation, it should be a preparation for long-range teleportation of small items. The Lord-level communication circle had a built-in small item teleportation circle, which could only be activated if there was a planet-level teleportation gate nearby. David naturally received messages from the Earth Shrines, Justice Shrines, Wealth Shrines, and Knowledge Shrines. In the messages, they congratulated David on becoming a demigod and sent congratulatory gifts on behalf of their respective shrines. They requested to activate the small item teleportation circle. David naturally would not refuse the goodwill of the 4 shrines. He activated the small item teleportation circle and agreed to the request of the 4 shrines. Then, in the Lord-level communication circle, a white light flashed continuously. Then, 4 exquisite wooden boxes engraved with the sacred patterns of the 4 shrines appeared on the table. Speaker Gould knew that the 4 shrines were expressing their respective attitudes. It could be seen that the 4 shrines did not have any ill intentions. David's prediction that he would have to leave the great world of God again to avoid being hunted down by the shrines did not happen. It seems that the four shrines do not want to become enemies with you, Speaker Gould said with a sigh. Chapter 1184. David smiled. He knew very well that if he had shown a weaker combat power, he would have been easily crushed by any of the shrines. The four shrines would have definitely crushed him to death. The reason why David immediately sent the two God-tier Zerg clones back to the Zerg world after the battle with the Shrines of War and had the Black Dragon Alexis shrink to the size of a kitten to hide its divine power was to show that his God-tier helpers did not exist in the great world of God. However, even with such a show, he still had to wait for the four shrines to make a decision. It did not feel good to put his fate in the hands of others. Although the four shrines had shown their support, this was far from a long-term solution. Everything depended on his own strength. David opened one of the wooden boxes and saw 3 perfect-grade kryptonite in it. He was not very happy. This gift was neither light nor heavy for a demigod. The perfect-grade kryptonite was one of the rarest resources in the great world of God. It was also the most widely used resource. Most of the production was controlled by the shrines. Only a small amount of perfect-grade kryptonite produced would be distributed by the Supreme Council. David opened the other 3 wooden boxes, all of which contained the same 3 perfect-grade kryptonite. The shrines were surprisingly consistent in this aspect. He entered the thank you content on the Lord-level communication portal and sent it to the archbishops of the 4 shrines. Seems like I can continue to rebuild planet Gammy, David said with a smile after doing this. After the meal, David sent Speaker Gould out of the castle. Speaker Gould found that there was light outside the castle. Speaker Gould looked up at the sky and saw a beam of white light shooting towards the castle from a very high place, illuminating the castle and the nearby planet-level portal. Standing in the middle of the light, Speaker Gould felt a warm sensation all over his body, as if a priest was casting a blessing spell. The blessing spell was a low-level theurgy. Its function was to increase the physical and spiritual resistance of the subject so that the subject could avoid curses and hypnotic attacks. Although Speaker Gould felt that the light was like a blessing spell, he did not believe that it was a blessing spell. He had never heard of anyone using a blessing spell as a light source. There were simpler lighting theurgies that consumed less energy and were more economical. Besides, using a blessing spell as a light source was a blasphemy to the gods. Arthur, what is that? Speaker Gould asked David curiously. How could Speaker Gould not be curious? The more he sensed it, the more certain he was that the white light was a blessing spell. How many priests would it take to cast a blessing spell that covered such a large area? That's my trophy, David replied with a smile. Can we go and take a look? Speaker Gould could not suppress his curiosity. Of course, it was also because of his relationship with David that he made such a request. Okay, let's go and take a look. David hesitated for a moment and agreed. David and Speaker Gould rose into the air and flew towards the sky. The space destruction shrines were high up in the sky. During the day, they were protected by the runed circle. From the ground, they could only see a cloud. David left the space temple of destruction, here for the safety of Gammy Star. With the power of the Space Temple of Destruction and the recovery of Gammy Star's defense system, the next time the enemy invades, they will suffer a stronger counterattack. At night, the Space Destruction Shrines provided illumination below. This was also a normal situation. David lived alone on Gammy Star, so the Space Destruction Shrines provided illumination very conveniently. Since the Outer Space Temple of Destruction was built to serve the war, there were no living divine runes inside it. For example, there were no illumination divine runes. The blessing spell had the longest effect and consumed relatively little faith power. It was suitable for the role of illumination, so David chose the blessing spell to serve as illumination. As for blasphemy, the god named Destruction was himself, so it was not blasphemy to serve him. Speaker Gould saw the huge shrines. He did not recognize the source of shrines for a moment, but he soon remembered the information from the war shrines. According to the information, Lord Arthur attacked the space war shrines, causing the death of thousands of ascetics and the disappearance of the space war shrines. Now it seemed that the space war shrines were used by Lord Arthur. However, Speaker Gould looked at the outer wall of the space destruction shrines and hesitated. "Gould, if you have something to say, just say it." David understood Speaker Gould's intention and said with a smile, "Arthur, you don't believe in any gods, do you?" Speaker Gould asked carefully. Speaker Gould was worried that David would choose to believe in a god that could provide great power because he wanted to increase his strength quickly. This kind of thing had happened too many times in the history of the great world of God. The evil gods always tempted humans with various benefits. Once tempted, they could gain some benefits in the short term, but in the long term it was a great danger. The consequence of believing in an evil god was to be on the opposite side of the 5 shrines. Although the 5 shrines had chosen to maintain a relationship with David, if they knew that he believed in an evil god, they would definitely join forces to encircle and suppress him. "No, I cultivated to the strength of a demigod by myself. Who could be worthy of my belief?" David laughed and shook his head. His words were full of pride and made Speaker Gould feel relieved. Speaker Gould actually wanted to ask how the space destruction shrines worked, but he thought that it might involve some of David's secrets, so he just thought about it and did not ask. When he saw the relief sculpture outside the space destruction shrines, Speaker Gould guessed that it was a god that had never appeared before. According to the content of the relief sculpture, it was a great god who opened up the great world and was the god of creation. It was definitely not a god of the great world of God. Speaker Gould did not have to worry about anything, because even if David believed in a god that was not the great world of God, it had nothing to do with the shrines. The shrines could not identify the gods of other worlds as evil, let alone their believers. More importantly, this god was the god of creation. This kind of god was very special. In his great world, the god of creation was omnipotent. Destruction and rebirth were just a matter of a snap of his fingers. Speaker Gould thought to himself. He only looked around the space destruction shrines and did not ask to enter the shrines. The shrines were an area that only believers could enter. Speaker Gould was already giving face by looking around outside. "Arthur, I know you can invite the gods of other worlds, but I hope you won't let the gods of other worlds invade the great world of God." Speaker Gould said solemnly to David before he left. "The great world of God is also my hometown. I won't let the gods of other worlds invade." David promised with certainty. Speaker Gould left Gamistar with a smile. The only worry in his heart was eliminated. He trusted David very much. David would not lie to him. After David sent Speaker Gould away, he looked at the space destruction shrines in the sky. Just as Speaker Gould was worried, the transporter of the space destruction shrines would easily suspect that other gods were involved. With a thought, the statue in the main hall of the Space Temple of Destruction flashed, and an opaque silver energy shield rose outside the Space Temple of Destruction. The silver energy shield reflected the surrounding light, and the huge space destruction shrines strangely disappeared into thin air. This was optical invisibility. It was not an ability of the space destruction shrines, but an optical invisibility system from the Interstellar Federation installed in the shrines by David. He was now the deputy commander of the Federal High Command in the Interstellar Federation. He was a big shot in the military. It was not difficult for him to obtain such a military-grade optical invisibility system. He could even flip through the technology at will. "Legend Annabelle, you can come back." David thought of Legend Annabelle again. He did not let her come back before because he was worried about the attitude of the 4 shrines. Now that the 4 shrines had expressed their attitude, there was no danger, and he could call back Legend Annabelle. With Legend Annabelle around, the reconstruction of Planet Gamma did not need to be done by David himself. Someone had to be in charge of receiving the materials that Speaker Gould had requested. Less than 10 minutes after the message was sent, Legend Annabelle returned to Planet Gamma through the planet-level portal. After seeing that her castle was safe and sound, a smile appeared on her face. Perhaps not many people understood Legend Annabelle's feelings for Planet Gamma. This was her real home. After leaving the war shrines and losing the war shrines, this castle that was built for her became her home. Legend Annabelle did not meet Lord Arthur. and she was used to this way of getting along. Lord Arthur's training was extremely crazy. Even if Legend Annabelle lived in Planet Gammy for a long time, she rarely met Lord Arthur. Walking into her castle, she saw a space ring on the table in the hall. Legend Annabelle picked up the space ring and scanned it with her spirit. She found that it was full of spirit fruits. She knew that this was the training resource that Lord Arthur gave her. Legend Annabelle was grateful, and she also took over the external work of Planet Gammy. She was very familiar with this work. It seemed that everything had returned to the past, and there was no conflict between the great world of God. Only a few nobles would talk about the fall of the 3 shrines of war. As for the battle between the god of war and the 3 gods, it was only spread among a few top nobles. Planet Lytton, a planet that originally belonged to the Lytton family. It was later given to David by the Lytton family's Knights Templar of Avid as an apology. This planet had always been managed by Butler Dickens. Planet Lytton had a perfect management system, and Butler Dickens only needed to be responsible for checking the accounts. As for whether these managers that originally belonged to the Lytton family would do anything to harm Lord Arthur, Butler Dickens was not worried at all. As long as the Lytton family was not crazy, they would not take the initiative to provoke Lord Arthur, let alone these managers that now belonged to the Luce family. Planet Lytton had a large island called Taiji Island, which was a cultivation base of alchemy crops. Because several alchemy crops required a lot of manual management, there were 1 million farmers living on Taiji Island. Most of the cities on Taiji Island had been evacuated long ago, and there were no nobles left. Currently, only Butler Dickens was in charge of managing the island. Not to mention Tygat Island, even the entire Lytton planet was originally a private planet of the Lytton family. The nobles who lived on Tygat Island were all related to the Lytton family. Some of them were branch family members, and some of them were nobles who relied on the Lytton family. After Planet Lytton changed owners, these nobles naturally moved away. The only things they could take with them were their personal belongings. They did not even dare to take the decorations in the castle with them. David's rise was too fast. It was so fast that he did not even have time to accept the allegiance of the lower nobles. He had already become a top noble with a large territory. For a long time after that, David was either busy with his training or training. He did not care about the affairs of the planet. This made it impossible for the lower nobles to rely on him. This also resulted in an extreme lack of nobles in David's territory. Of course, Lytton's situation was better. There was already a perfect management system here. As long as the manager gave the order, there would be rules and regulations, and everything would be done according to the rules. Without nobles, there would be no knight. This was not a big deal. In Lord Arthur's territory, no one dared to have any ideas. Tonight, dark clouds covered the entire island of Taiji. This kind of large-scale dark clouds was very rare in this season. Many old farmers looked at the sky, puzzled by the abnormality of the day. In the dark clouds, small electric arcs were produced. Then, the electric arcs flickered in the dark clouds, triggering more electric arcs. Like a chain reaction, a large number of electric arcs appeared in the dark clouds. In the dark night, the dark clouds in the sky showed a strange light. The animals on Taiji Island were the first to notice that something was wrong. One by one, they crawled on the ground, as if they wanted to merge with the soil. The electric arcs accumulated in the dark clouds finally reached their limit. Bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds and struck Taiji Island below. The houses made of stone were very sturdy. Even if they lived there for 100 years, they would not be affected. However, after a bolt of lightning struck, the houses exploded into pieces as if they had been detonated. The families of the farmers in the houses were burned black by the lightning. After their souls left their bodies, they were attracted by an unknown force. This was only one of many places. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and almost all the houses on Taiji Island were attacked. Millions of farmers died, and their souls disappeared mysteriously. Chapter 1185. There were only ordinary people left in the city. Their lives hadn't changed much because of the departure of the nobles. There were some differences between the city and the houses outside of the city. The city had a complete lightning-attracting facility. Tyjev was an island. Every summer, thunderstorms would last for a period of time. The simplest metal lightning-attracting device wasn't complicated, and there were many of them installed in the city. This time, the city was successfully protected, but every resident in the city knew that something was wrong. Because the lightning was so intense that some residents even saw the lightning-attracting metal deforming. As soon as the lightning-attracting metal stopped working, the entire city would be destroyed by the lightning. "What's the situation?" Steward Dixon asked in a low voice as he saw the assistant steward jogging in. "Steward Dixon, with the power of this thunderstorm, the lightning-attracting metal in the city will be completely destroyed in a few minutes at most." The assistant steward replied with a pale face. "Looks like there's no need to talk about the situation outside the city," Steward Dixon said with a heavy face. If the city with the lightning-attracting metal was in such a state, the situation outside the city would only be worse. Steward Dixon was even very confident that the residents outside the city had already died. Steward Dixon turned back to the room. He opened a secret door and walked in. Behind the secret door was a complete set of communication circles. Steward Dixon knew that he had to send out a message as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. After receiving Steward Dixon's warning, Steward Dixon immediately ordered a group of 6 Level 4 Sky Knight to investigate. These 6 Level 4 Sky Knights were all Sky Knights that David had resurrected. A total of 40 Level 4 Sky Knights were under Steward Dixon's management, forming the basic fighting force of the Luz family. Under normal circumstances, a Level 4 Sky Knight was already extremely powerful. In the great world of God, even the top nobles wouldn't casually send out a Level 5 Temple Knight. The 6 Level 4 Sky Knights summoned their flying mounts from the planetary level portal in the main city of Lytton and flew directly to Tyjev. The whole process took 30 minutes, and this was the result of flying at full speed. It wasn't that Taiji Island didn't have a teleportation gate, but the single teleportation gate there was severely disrupted. It was impossible to use normal teleportation. When the 6 Level 4 Sky Knight flew near the island of Tyjev, what they saw was a boundless sea of lightning. The entire island of Taiji had turned into a sea of lightning from the sky to the ground. A Level 4 Sky Knight was just about to send a message through the communication circle when a lightning snake rushed out from the boundless sea of lightning. Lightning speed was the fastest among all the attacks except for space. The 6 Level 4 Sky Knight sensed the danger, but it was already too late to dodge. The thick electric snake tore through the defensive formation of the 6 Sky Knight, and then engulfed the 6 Level 4 Sky Knight. The Level 4 Sky Knight's Level 4 Knight armor couldn't withstand the impact of the lightning, and his HP instantly disappeared. A force pulled out the souls of the 6 Level 4 Sky Knight's corpses, but the souls that were pulled out were very strange, because it was a collection of patterns that flickered with a faint white light. And as the souls of the 6 Level 4 Sky Knights, strange souls left their bodies, the strange souls instantly exploded. Even if the force used a secret technique to calm the souls, it was useless. Just as the souls of the 6 Level 4 Sky Knight souls were destroyed, David, who was far away on planet Gammy, suddenly opened his eyes. The 6 Level 4 Sky Knights were resurrected by David, and he used the enchanting pattern of Mind Sleep to replace the souls of the Level 4 Sky Knight souls. These Level 4 Sky Knights didn't have much ability to think independently, but their combat ability relied on their body's instincts, and they were almost as strong as before they were resurrected. In addition, due to the large number of resurrected Level 4 Sky Knight souls being connected, the Level 4 Sky Knight's combat ability was continuously increased. And once a Level 4 Sky Knight died, the enchanting pattern connected to David would disappear, and it would have an impact on David's soul. Of course, with David's current strength, this impact was close to nothing, but as long as there was an impact, he would know that his Level 4 Sky Knight had died. David's mind moved slightly. 6 Level 4 Sky Knight dying at the same time. This was already abnormal. One had to know that under normal circumstances, 6 Level 4 Sky Knights were considered strong in the great world of God. Although there were many level 5 experts in the great world of God, when they were spread out in the vast great world of God, they were just a drop in the ocean. In the great world of God, a battle formation formed by a Sky Knight that could kill 6 level 4 Knight at the same time was rare even among level 5 experts. David was confident that level 5 experts dared to make a move against his level 4 Sky Knight, but it was still extremely rare. Butler Dickens, did you send 6 Sky Knight out on a mission? David contacted Butler Dickens through the Lord Communications Circle and asked, "Yes, Sir Lord. There was an abnormal lightning storm on Leiden's planet Tiggy Island. After the first warning, the connection was cut off, and the single-person teleportation gate there couldn't be used. I sent 6 level 4 Sky Knight to investigate, but there has been no news yet." Butler Dickens didn't know how Lord Arthur knew about this matter, so he recounted the incident. "You don't have to get involved in this matter anymore. The 6 Sky Knight have already fallen. I will go and investigate," David said in a deep voice. Butler Dickens was shocked. On Leiden's planet, there was actually a strong expert who dared to kill the Knight of the Loose family. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. This was the first time someone dared to directly challenge Lord Arthur's authority. It was normal for Lord Arthur to personally take action. At the same time, Butler Dickens also understood that the murderer who could kill 6 level 4 Sky Knight wasn't someone his subordinates could deal with. He also felt heartache for the loss this time. The loss of 6 level 4 Sky Knight greatly reduced the battle strength of his subordinates. These level 4 Sky Knights weren't ordinary Sky Knights. Their cooperation was almost flawless. In addition to their incomparable loyalty, they never did anything else. They were like a group of legendary ascetics. David decided to go himself and didn't send any other battle strength. He actually had a lot of battle strength at his disposal. For example, he had a lot of legendary knights. In addition, he could also send the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. However, he didn't choose to do so. With his fierce reputation in the great world of God, someone who dared to provoke him like this definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Although it wasn't publicly announced, in the circle of top nobles, there were quite a few who knew that Lord Arthur had won the battle with the god of war's descendant. Those who had the strength to kill 6 level 4 Sky Knight at the same time were also included in this circle. David even suspected that this was another trap arranged by the shrines, but it didn't seem like it. David had just maintained a relationship with the 5 shrines. Although it wasn't a good relationship, at least they weren't opposing each other. On the side of the shrines of war, the god of war couldn't change his attitude so quickly and set another trap against him. As for Archbishop McIntyre, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he had a few guts. It was the same for the other 4 shrines. Without the orders of the gods, the archbishops wouldn't do such a thing in private. As for the gods going back on their words, it was even more impossible. At least the 5 gods wouldn't do such a thing. As the 5 rulers of the great world of God, they wouldn't do anything that would tarnish the name of the gods. Therefore, David was very curious about who wanted to deal with him. If it wasn't the 5 shrines, then at least he could be sure of one thing. That was, the person who acted didn't know that he had mobilized 3 god-level experts to fight the god of war. Or maybe this wasn't an action against him at all. He had this thought in his mind. David's figure flashed and appeared in front of the planet-level portal. The black dragon Alexis was resting on his shoulder, and the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, followed in his shadow. With such strength, as long as he didn't encounter the god of war, he was confident that he could fight. Even if he did encounter the god of war, the chance of escaping was still very high with the talent ability Break Space. In a flash, he had already arrived at the planet-level portal of Leiden's star. Without alerting anyone else, he activated the talent ability Break Space. When he reappeared, he was already next to Tyjev Island. The location of the talent ability Break Space was fixed at the location where the 6 resurrected level 4 Sky Knight fell. When he came out of the portal, he saw Tyjev Island, which was like a sea of thunder. The black dragon Alexis recovered from its rest and looked at Tyjev Island. It sniffed and reminded Abel, "Sir, be careful. I smell a very faint divine aura." So an evil god is causing trouble in my territory? David's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. He didn't have the same reverence for gods as other people. He wasn't born in the great world of God, so he naturally lacked the fear of gods. Not to mention, he and his subordinates were already strong enough to face the powerful god of war. This aura is very familiar. Looking at the situation here, I think I know who this god is. It has something to do with the god of storm. The Black Dragon Alexis said with certainty. The Black Dragon Alexis had dealt with the god of storm a long time ago. Although it had been tens of thousands of years, it still recognized the aura of the god of storm. It doesn't matter if it's the god of storm or his followers, David said in a deep voice. They have to give me an explanation for doing such a thing in my territory. He flew towards Tyjev Island, ignoring the lightning storm. A few bolts of lightning had obviously noticed him and rushed towards him. However, before they could get close, they were pushed away by a repulsive force. David then activated the demigod-level lightning domain. With a lightning pattern as the foundation, his lightning domain had great control over lightning energy. With David as the center, the lightning domain spread out. Tyjev Island wasn't a small island, but David's spirit could cover a radius of 1,000 meters. The lightning domain quickly swept across that distance and covered the entire Tyjev Island. The lightning storm from the sky to the ground was instantly controlled by the lightning domain. David took control of the lightning storm by force. David also realized that the god of storm wasn't here personally. Instead, it was the followers of the god of storm who were performing the ritual. His spirit also discovered the altar in the center of Tyjev Island, as well as the 12 followers of the god of storm who were wearing priest robes. What angered David the most was the statue on the altar. When he scanned it with his spirit, he sensed the wailing of countless souls inside the statue. These were the residents of Tyjev Island, his subjects. Yet, they were being sacrificed by the followers of an evil god. This was something he couldn't accept. Kulik's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the statue on the altar. His lord, his god, and his faith were about to awaken. The inheritance of the god of storm's faith wasn't going well, and it was barely holding on. The main reason for this was that the requirements to become a follower of the god of storm were very high. The spiritual talent required was much higher than that of the followers of other evil gods. After becoming a follower of the god of storm, one couldn't immediately receive the blessings of the god of storm. The followers had to first train in the basic spiritual training method and wait for the god of storm to accept them. Only then would the god of storm cast his blessings and let the followers receive lightning divine spells. This caused the strength of the followers to be polarized. Those who had received the blessings of the god of storm were extremely powerful, and their lightning divine spells were unimaginably powerful. On the other hand, the ordinary followers could even protect themselves. This time, the god of death had sent the agreement of the gods to awaken the god of storm. Bishop Kulik could only gather 12 followers, including himself. Only 2 of them had received the blessings of the god of storm. Therefore, the target they chose was very difficult. First, it had to have a large population. Second, it had to be isolated from the outside world. Third, there had to be no powerful knight. Although Bishop Kulik and the other follower who had received the blessings of the god of storm were strong, they couldn't kill all the knight in an area in a very short time. As long as a knight escaped, the knight would use the communication circle to warn them. Their choice required that the number of knight in the area should be as low as possible. Under this requirement, there were very few areas that met the requirements. After that, Bishop Kulik found the island of Tyjev. First of all, it had a population of over 1 million, so it definitely met the first requirement. Because it was an alchemy crop production base, it had almost no contact with the outside world. The second requirement was also met. The island of Tyjev didn't even have a knight. All the nobles evacuated from the island, and no new nobles entered, so there was no place for a knight to live. This was the best area for worship. With a population of over 1 million, it was like a piece of fat meat tempting Bishop Kulik. He couldn't help but be tempted. Chapter 1186. It wasn't that Bishop Keelik didn't know that this was Lord Arthur's territory, but he didn't care. Perhaps Lord Arthur was very powerful, but as long as he awakened the God of Storm, Lord Arthur's power would be a joke. Of course, this had to do with Bishop Keelik's lack of information. Although a lot of information about Lord Arthur was widely spread in the circle of top nobles, it was still difficult for people outside the circle to receive such information. The followers of the God of Storm were few to begin with. Even with Bishop Keelik's information network, developed through threats and promises, they could only obtain information from the middle and lower nobles. They couldn't obtain information from the top nobles at all. If they dared to reach out to the top nobles, it was highly likely that they would suffer the revenge of the top nobles. As for Bishop Keelik in the Twilight of the Gods organization, he didn't have much say in the organization because the followers of the God of Storm were too few in the great world of God. Although Bishop Keelik was very powerful, he lacked followers and allies, so he couldn't even reach the information network of the Twilight of the Gods. Due to his ignorance, Bishop Keelik chose to go to Tige Island on Lytton. For confidentiality reasons, he didn't even go through the rest of the people in the Twilight of the Gods. Finally, everything went smoothly. With 100% of the population sacrificed, the God of Storm could be awakened immediately. Bishop Keelik was waiting for the glorious era of the God of Storm to be reborn. Standing next to Bishop Keelik was a level 4 priest. The other 10 followers were around level 1 or 2. The thunderstorm didn't affect the altar. It was like two different worlds outside the altar. The greatness of the god made Bishop Keelik extremely excited. The thunderstorm that covered the entire island was the power of the God of Storm that he borrowed from the altar. This power made him believe that it was the power of the God of Storm. Just when Bishop Keelik thought that his sacrifice was going to be successful, the thunderstorm outside the altar suddenly stopped. My Lord will walk on earth, and all living things will listen to his words. Those who disobey will be punished by the God of Thunder. Bishop Keelik and the other 11 followers chanted loudly. They all thought that this was the sign of the God of Storm's awakening. Success was imminent, and they needed to show their devotion to the God of Storm. However, something unexpected happened. Amidst the still thunderstorm outside the altar, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air and stood outside the altar. "Who are you?" Bishop Keelik looked at the person who had appeared and asked in horror. Keelik was well aware of the power of the thunderstorm. Even he, a rank 5 bishop who had trained in lightning magic, only dared to hide within the range of the altar. The power of the thunderstorm increased with time. The thunderstorm flashed between the sky and the ground of Tyjev Island. Every time it flashed, the power of the lightning would increase. Now, each of Thunderstorm's lightning strikes had the power of at least a grade 5 attack. Even a grade 5 bishop like Keelik wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, the person who appeared was standing in the middle of the still thunderstorm. The lightning seemed to be actively avoiding this person. "You killed my subjects in my territory, and you're still asking me who I am?" David said in a deep voice. He didn't seem to see the altar's shield in front of him. He spoke as he walked forward. When the shield touched his body, it broke without any resistance. David walked in front of Bishop Keelik. He was taller than Bishop Keelik, and his unparalleled aura made Bishop Keelik look extremely short. Bishop Keelik's whole body was trembling. He knew who had come. Although Bishop Keelik didn't care about Lord Arthur when he confirmed that the destination of the sacrifice was Tyjev Island on Lytton Star, Lord Arthur's fierce reputation made the Twilight of the Gods organization fearful. Bishop Keelik's hair stood on end. This wasn't because of fear, but because of the influence of the lightning energy after the altar lost its shield. Although the thunderstorm outside the altar had stopped, it didn't disappear. The terrifying lightning energy was still there. Without the shield, the lightning didn't rush in because it was in a static state. However, the lightning energy affected the 12 people. Keelik, a 5th-rank bishop, and another 4th-rank priest had the best performance. The 10 first-rank and 2nd-rank evil god believers were now twitching and lying on the ground. These believers were numb all over, making them feel like they were better off dead. They couldn't even scream. The only thing they could do was tremble uncontrollably under the influence of the lightning energy. "Lord Arthur, my lord is about to awaken." Bishop Kulik was about to say something threatening, but before he could finish, David grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The rest of the words were stuck in Kulik's throat, and he couldn't say them out loud. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared on the statue. David sensed a strand of divine sense entering the statue. David frowned slightly. He didn't expect the god of storm to actually awaken and send a strand of divine sense. As soon as this strand of divine sense appeared, it began to seize control of the surrounding lightning energy. David's lightning domain was only a demigod talent, so it was naturally weaker than the god of storm's ability to control lightning. However, the power of the god of storm's divine sense was only at the legendary rank. It was hard to say who was stronger between a demigod's lightning talent and a legendary's divine lightning talent. However, David didn't walk the path of becoming a god through faith. As soon as the divine sense of the god of storm appeared, he carried Bishop Kulik to the front of the statue. Before the statue could officially descend, 6 divine artifacts, the death god's chains, stretched out from behind him and tightly bound the statue. The divine sense of the god of storm, who was fighting with David for control of lightning, didn't expect this result. After being bound by the death god's chains, the divine sense immediately couldn't control the surrounding lightning energy. David was already experienced in dealing with statues, although the one in front of him was only an altar and not a real statue. The death god's chains still had a strong effect on it. "How dare a mere divine sense appear in front of me?" David said in a deep voice. He casually grabbed and directly crushed the statue. The divine sense of the god of storm was exposed, and the shadow attendant immediately pounced on it and absorbed it. The divine aura detection system of the 5 shrines sounded an alarm. Archbishop McIntyre of the War Shrines had an instinctive habit of this kind of alarm recently. "Which of our planets is in trouble again?" Archbishop McIntyre asked loudly. Recently, most of the evil god descents caused by the evil god's followers were in the areas under the control of the War Shrines. They were taking advantage of the fact that the War Shrines were in a weakened state. Therefore, when the alarm sounded, Archbishop McIntyre thought that something had happened in the area under the control of the War Shrines again. "Archbishop McIntyre, it's the divine aura from Lytton's star. According to the intensity, it should be a divine descent." The priest immediately reported, but just as he was reporting, the priest's expression changed slightly. The divine aura disappeared. "This is too strange. Lytton's star? Which evil god is so bold?" Archbishop McIntyre was stunned. There is actually an evil god who dared to cause trouble in Lord Arthur's territory and even carried out a divine descent. Wasn't he afraid of having too many divine senses? As for the disappearance of the divine aura, needless to say, it must be Lord Arthur's doing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the evil god's followers to go through so much trouble to carry out a divine descent in just a few breaths of time. Archbishop McIntyre began to sympathize with the evil god. He actually descended in Lord Arthur's territory, and there was even a high possibility that he had descended in front of Lord Arthur. Not to mention the evil god. Even the war god would not dare to descend in front of Lord Arthur. However, after thinking about this, Archbishop McIntyre immediately cast this thought aside. He began to softly chant the god of war's divine book to wash away the blasphemous thoughts that had just arisen in his heart. As for the appearance of the evil god, it had already appeared in Lord Arthur's territory. There was no need for the shrines to do anything. It was not just the shrines of war. After investigating the location where the divine aura appeared, the other 4 shrines did not launch an investigation. In particular, the disappearance of the divine aura in just a few breaths of time made the 4 shrines understand what had happened. Not to mention that the divine aura had disappeared. Even if the divine aura was still there, it wouldn't be the temple's turn to solve Lord Arthur's problem. Lord Arthur's current status in the great world of God was extremely special. It was precisely because of the large-scale actions of the evil god's followers that the evil gods had awakened one by one, forcing the 5 shrines to feign civility with Lord Arthur. They did not want to go to war with both the evil god and Lord Arthur at the same time. Therefore, at least before the problem of the evil god was solved, Lord Arthur was another special existence in the great world of God apart from the 5 shrines. To a certain extent, he was on par with the 5 shrines. The 5th-level bishop, Kulik, was caught in David's hand. David did not seal his eyes and ears, so he could see what was happening. The god of storm, who had been awakened by sacrificing the souls of millions of people on Tyjev Island, had been suppressed by Lord Arthur before he could use his mighty power to punish Lord Arthur. The 5th-level bishop, Kulik, could not accept this result. In his understanding, the god of storm was an invincible existence. In the doctrine, it was written that the god of storm was injured by a sneak attack and went into hibernation. As long as the god of storm woke up again, he could defeat the 5 gods and reoccupy the great world of God, spreading his faith in the great world of God. However, what was happening in front of his eyes overturned the worldview of the 5th-level bishop, Kulik. What happened to being invincible and powerful? If Lord Arthur could not defeat him, how could he defeat the 5 gods? The 5th-level bishop, Kulik, felt like he had been deceived. His faith was collapsing. Those who blaspheme against my Lord die. The 4th-level priest on the side suddenly yelled like a madman. Lightning flashed in his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared. However, this bolt of lightning was short and small. It only extended for about a centimeter before dissipating. The 4th-level priest looked at his hand in disbelief. What he had just used was a lightning divine spell. Since it was a divine spell, it was equivalent to borrowing the power of the god of storm, so it had different levels of power. In theory, this kind of divine spell that borrowed the power of a god should not be affected. In other words, the power of the spell was standard and would not be suppressed by the strength of the enemy. But the difference in power between a 4th-rank priest and David was simply too great. What's more, David's demigod, Lightning Domain, had been able to cast a lightning spell. The only reason he was able to summon that bit of lightning was because of the power of the divine spell. Even if the god of storm wanted to snatch control of the lightning energy from David, he would only have a 50% chance of success, let alone a level 4 priest divine spell. David was not even interested in looking at the 4th-level priest. He could sense the situation on Tyjev Island with his spirit. If this wasn't his territory, he could have just left this area. Due to the influence of the god of storms, the power of the thunderstorm would slowly weaken without anyone's influence. It could last for decades. During this period of time, if the conditions were met and large amounts of lightning energy were added, it could become a long-lasting thunderstorm spectacle. Tyjev Island might have met this condition. There was a lot of lightning in the summer, so it was possible to replenish the lightning energy. However, David did not plan to leave this area. Leaving it here would only show the power of the god of storm. Getting rid of it would only show the power of Lord Arthur. With that in mind, David waved his hand, and the lightning domain shrank. All the lightning energy on Tyjev Island gathered towards him. The terrifying lightning turned into densely packed electric snakes, and the sound of electricity could make one's scalp tingle. When the lightning approached David, it was automatically absorbed by the lightning pattern. The capacity of the lightning pattern seemed to be infinite, so this kind of opportunity to replenish the lightning energy was rare. The 4th-level priest and the 10 first-level and second-level believers on the ground were instantly turned into ashes under the impact of the lightning energy. Only the 5th-level Bishop Kulik was not affected by the lightning because he was in David's hand. However, seeing this scene, Kulik's heart was greatly affected. In the heart of Kulik, Lord Arthur was the true god. His faith had just collapsed, and now it was reborn in his heart. David did not know what Kulik was thinking. He was extracting the lightning energy on Tyjev Island and trying to restore the land. This was an important alchemy plantation base. Although everything on Tyjev Island was destroyed by the lightning, David relied on the lightning domain to recover all the lightning energy and restore the land to its original state. As the lightning energy gathered in the distance, David had no choice but to fly up. Otherwise, the terrifying lightning energy might affect the land under his feet. He was here to restore, not to destroy. Chapter 1187. Tyjev Island regained its peace. There was no lightning energy left on the ground except for the black marks left by the thunderstorm. It would take a lot of time for this place to completely recover, but David didn't have to worry about it. Steward Dickens would take care of it. David floated in the sky and looked at the level 5 Bishop Kulik in his hand in surprise. After he dealt with the lightning energy on Tyjev Island, the level 5 Bishop Kulik had formed a faith connection with him. This was not an ordinary faith connection, but a true faith connection. It could be said that the level 5 Bishop Kulik was now his follower. Furthermore, due to Kulik's special status as a rank 5 bishop, as long as David approved, Kulik could become his second priest in the world. David was a little hesitant. The level 5 Bishop Kulik used to believe in the god of storm. Was there a problem with the sudden change of faith? He returned to the ground in a flash and found a single teleportation portal on the ground of Tyjev Island. The single teleportation portal was protected by the space. Although the surrounding buildings had collapsed, they formed a protective layer. The thunderstorm did not directly hit the single teleportation portal, so the portal itself was not damaged. David scanned with his power of will, and the stone fragments covering the single teleportation portal flew away, revealing the single teleportation portal. He activated his talent ability, Underground Sneak, and reinforced the single teleportation portal's foundation. Then, he opened the single teleportation portal. Soon, the single teleportation portal flashed with white light, and Steward Dickens appeared in front of it. "Master," Steward Dickens bowed and said. "Steward Dickens, the matter on Tyjev Island has been taken care of, but Tyjev Island needs to be rebuilt. I'll have to trouble you," David said with a smile. "Master, this is my job. It's my honor to serve you. I'll restore Tyjev Island's property as soon as possible," Steward Dickens quickly promised. David thought for a moment and said, "This incident was caused by the evil god's followers. It was also my negligence. I didn't pay attention to the safety of the territory. I'll give you the authority to accept the low-level nobles into the Luce family. Verify the identity of the low-level nobles and report to Legend Annabelle. Let her confirm it." David didn't read the information, so he didn't know that there were no nobles or knights on Tyjev Island, which had a population of 1 million. The management of the great world of God was led by the nobles. This was inseparable from the various education that the nobles received. Without the leadership of the nobles, there might not be any problems in a short period of time, but after a long time, all kinds of management problems would appear. Besides, without the nobles, there would be no knight. Without the daily deterrence of knights, once something happened to millions of people, it would be impossible to stop it in time. David knew that he couldn't blame Butler Dickens. Butler Dickens didn't have the authority to accept nobles for the Luce family. Even without David's permission, Butler Dickens wouldn't be able to accept nobles. Over the past few years, Dickens had shown his worth. David's territory had expanded greatly, and Dickens had managed the territory in an orderly manner. "Master, I will take care of this matter." Butler Dickens felt that his burden had become heavier because David had given him more power. In addition, the battle power that you can command is indeed too weak. You can contact Knight Anton when you need to. David continued. Butler Dickens was shocked. He knew Knight Anton. He was a knight that Lord Arthur kept by his side. Sometimes, when he needed to go to Gammy to report, he would come in contact with Knight Anton. It was just that Butler Dickens didn't expect Knight Anton to become a legend. Lord Arthur allowed him to command a powerful legend. "At your service, master," Butler Dickens said excitedly as he bowed. Butler Dickens now had a very high status in the great world of God. He was in charge of a huge amount of wealth and had Lord Arthur as his backer. Now that he had a legend knight that he could use at any time, his status would rise by a lot. "For your hard work over the years, I'll give you a small reward." David smiled as he reached out and patted Butler Dickens' shoulder. An extremely weak, undying life force entered Butler Dickens' body. Butler Dickens only felt a warm current surging through his body. It was a feeling that was even more comfortable than drinking the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Butler Dickens almost wanted to cry out. After about a minute, the warm current disappeared. Butler Dickens only felt that he had become 20 years younger. The body of a young man had returned to his body. This was different from the heartwarming lotus seed soup. The heartwarming lotus seed soup also had the effect of making people younger, but it was far from this intense feeling. Master, Butler Dickens didn't know how to express his gratitude at that moment. Do your job well. I just gave you 20 years of lifespan. As long as you work hard, I'll remember it. David smiled as he withdrew his hand. What David said was an increase of 20 years of lifespan. This was different from the heartwarming lotus seed soup, which allowed ordinary people to live to the limit of a human's lifespan without being affected by illness. This was an extra 20 years of lifespan. Only very few treasures of heaven and earth could have such an effect. Of course, the undying life force was even more precious than those treasures of heaven and earth. Butler Dickens nodded heavily. David had given him power and a longer lifespan. The only thing he could do was to serve David wholeheartedly. David carried Bishop Kulik in his hand. He didn't use a single teleportation door. It was more convenient for him to move short distances on the planet with his innate ability break space. He activated the innate ability break space and brought Bishop Kulik into the space passage. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the planet-level teleportation door of Planet Leiden. Bishop Kulik saw the reward Lord Arthur gave to his butler. He didn't know what method Lord Arthur used, but he was 100% sure that only a god could increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 20 years without using any treasures of heaven and earth. After that, Lord Arthur opened a space passage from Tyjev Island directly to Leiden. This method should only appear in the hands of God. Bishop Kulik's faith in Lord Arthur increased with each event. In a short period of time, he reached the standard of a devout believer. Originally, with Kulik's status as a bishop, it was impossible for him to change his faith so quickly. However, the miracle of the god of storm turning Tyjev Island into a sea of lightning was great. Later on, it was easily taken over by Lord Arthur. This showed that Lord Arthur was greater than the god of storm. In addition, the god of storm's descent was almost successful, but he was still easily taken care of by Lord Arthur. This had a devastating impact on Bishop Kulik's faith. In the doctrine of the god of storm was invincible. All believers, including Bishop Kulik, had always believed in this. This was because no matter how few believers the god of storm had, as long as they received the grace of the god of storm, their strength would greatly increase. The power of lightning divine spells allowed them to be ranked at the top of their level. Without the corresponding method to restrain it, the opponent would be struck by lightning before they could even make a move. It was also under the influence of this doctrine that Bishop Kulik's faith collapsed after the god of storm's descent was defeated. Under normal circumstances, if a fifth-level bishop dared to betray his faith, the god of storms would definitely punish him and inflict a fatal backlash on him through the remnant channel of faith. However, the problem was that Bishop Kulik was beside David. The god of storm had already awakened, and he clearly knew that his divine sense was easily killed by David. He was really worried that the small world would be exposed if he used the faith channel to connect with such a powerful existence. Therefore, although Bishop Kulik's faith collapsed, he did not receive any backlash from the god of storm. However, after David showed a terrifying miracle that surpassed the god of storm, Bishop Kulik, who had lost his faith and was in a period of confusion, quickly found a new faith to rely on. David returned to Gammy. He did not go to the castle, but stood in front of the planet-level portal. "What is your name?" He casually threw Bishop Kulik down and asked. When Bishop Kulik fell to the ground, all the restraints on his body disappeared. However, he did not use the force to stand up. Instead, he crawled on the ground. "Great Lord Arthur, my name is Kulik." Kulik, a fifth-grade bishop, replied respectfully. David felt very helpless. He captured Bishop Kulik alive, not to take in believers, but to ask some questions. He did not expect Bishop Kulik to become his believer, and a devout one at that. To be honest, with Bishop Kulik's actions, David really wanted to kill him directly. However, David also knew that the real murderer was the god of storm, and Bishop Kulik was just a tool. I'll give you two choices. The first is to sign a master-servant contract, and your life and death will be completely up to me. The second is to capture your soul and torture out of you. After that, I'll completely destroy your soul. David said calmly, "Great Lord Arthur, I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract. It's my honor." Bishop Kulik said without hesitation. Bishop Kulik was very clear that there was only one choice, and the second choice was worse than death. "Very good. This will save a lot of trouble," David said as he drew a holy text contract in the air with his finger. Bishop Kulik simply put a trace of his soul into the holy text contract and formed a master-servant contract with David. "I can sense that you believe in me, and I will accept you as my sacrifice," David said in a deep voice. David saw the master-servant contract and no longer had any scruples. Although he did not have the inheritance to become a god through faith, he had the small world in his soul space. So to a certain extent, he met the requirements to become a god through faith. No matter which path he took to become a god, accepting a sacrifice would only bring him benefits and no harm. At this point, David shifted his faith channel with Bishop Kulik from a one-way channel to a two-way channel, after which he passed on a series of theurgies to Bishop Kulik. When David accepted Priest Alden as his disciple in the Interstellar Federation, he only passed on a single divine spell. At that time, he could not be blamed for being stingy, as he had only learned one divine spell. But now it was different. After the cube's super AI analysis and research, it had obtained many divine spells from the shrines of space destruction. Although David was not a god, he now had a complete set of divine spells. Kulik, a fifth-level bishop and now a fifth-level priest, had a pious look on his face. He felt the familiar dual channel of worship. Ever since his faith in the god of storms collapsed, he could no longer use the divine spells of the god of storms. Now, Kulik felt the power of faith that he had lost and regained. He felt a large number of divine spell inheritances, and a series of divine spell projections appeared in his soul space. Blessing divine spell, minor healing divine spell, devout shield divine spell, sharpness divine spell, curse removal divine spell, truth divine spell, retribution divine spell, and a special divine spell, light divine spell. Kulik felt a shock. The god of storms he used to believe in didn't have so many systematic divine spells. He only had 3 offensive divine spells. But the divine spells he received from David were a complete set of systematic divine spells, including healing, defense, buff, dispel, attack, and group attacks. Systematic divinity was not something that ordinary gods could play with. The purpose of systematic divinity was not for fighting. Part of it was even needed for the spread of faith. In fact, other gods did not obtain divine spells as easily as David did. There were several ways to obtain divine spells. The first way was through inheritance, which could be purchased or exchanged. This kind of inheritance was generally a common divine spell. The second way was to comprehend divine spells on their own. Gods could transform their innate abilities into divine spells that could be used by priests. No matter which way it was obtained, the gods needed to have a deep understanding of divine spells. This process would take a lot of time to analyze and research, and a lot of faith power would be consumed during this time. David was special. Most of the analysis and research work was done for him by the cube's super AI. What he needed to do was to recreate the divine spells that had already formed the specific knowledge. As for the power of faith, he had 4,000 century-old ascetics, which alone provided him with the power of faith equivalent to 40 million believers. He didn't even care about the consumption of the power of faith when he was drawing the divine patterns. Kulik sensed these divine spells, and his faith rose once again. Chapter 1188. My God's name is destruction. I also have shrines in this world, but before I enter the shrines, I need you to do something for me to atone for the sins you committed on Taiji Island. David said in a deep voice, Great Lord, I will obey any of your orders. My life and faith belong to you. Kulik said without hesitation as he prostrated himself on the ground. With Kulik's sins, killing him 1,000 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins, but David wanted to use him to find clues about the culprit. I need to know where the shrines of the god of storms are. Can you tell me? David asked calmly. My lord, this is the Golden Star Alchemy map. I marked it. Kulik said as he took out a Golden Star Alchemy map from his portal item and handed it to David. David shook his head inwardly. After Kulik converted his faith, he no longer had any lingering feelings for the god of storms. Fortunately, he didn't have much confidence in the restrictions of his faith, so he signed the strictest master-servant contract. After signing the master-servant contract, Kulik had lost himself to a certain extent. Not to mention betraying his faith, even the thought of betraying it could cause his soul to explode. This was also the reason why David didn't kill Kulik to avenge his dead subjects. This kind of punishment was much more severe than an ordinary death. David looked at the Golden Star Alchemy map. There was only one shrine marked on it. He couldn't help but frown. The god of storms only had one shrine. Wasn't he afraid that once he lost the shrines, his faith would be completely cut off in the great world of God? The god of storms only has one temple. David didn't stand on ceremony with Kulik, a level 5 priest, and asked as soon as he thought of something. My lord, I dare not hide it from you. Including myself, he only had 12 believers. Kulik replied respectfully. David couldn't help but be stunned. He had killed 11 followers of the god of storm on Taiji Island, and Kulik, a 5th-level priest who had betrayed his faith. In other words, the faith of the god of storm had been cut off. Of course, this wasn't considered a severed connection. The god of storms had already awakened, and it wasn't a problem for him to influence the ordinary people of the great world of God with his divine thoughts. He wanted to make a small number of people with weak consciousnesses become his followers. However, there was one thing that all evil gods knew about in the great world of God. They couldn't let their divine bodies appear in the great world of God. They could only hide in a small world. Once he appeared in the great world of God, he would immediately be discovered by the 5 shrines. Then, the 5 shrines would join forces to slaughter him. David decided to follow the plan and clean up the shrines of the god of storms, increasing the difficulty of the god of storms to the next level. Come with me, David said in a deep voice. David had always been wearing the Steeler's crown on his head. With his current strength, he didn't need to hide himself. He only needed to release his spirit to make everyone ignore him and Kulik. Standing in front of the planet-level portal on Nipa, David released his spirit and scanned a distance of 1,000 kilometers. They were only 900 kilometers away from the target location, Storm Canyon. David locked onto the exact location of Storm Canyon with his spirit alone. However, Storm Canyon was a bit special. It was a canyon formed by 2 mountains that were 10,000 meters above sea level. The name of the canyon came from the dark clouds that covered the canyon all year round, with lightning and thunder constantly rumbling. When David's spirit scanned Storm Canyon, he found that his spirit couldn't penetrate the dark clouds, so he never explored the inside of the canyon. He casually activated his innate ability break space. He and Kulik passed through the space tunnel and appeared directly above the dark clouds above the Canyon of Storm. Even if Kulik had experienced this space-piercing teleportation once, he was still amazed by this terrifying spatial ability. He knew the distance between the planetary-level portal and the Storm Canyon. What kind of power was this to accurately travel 900 kilometers from the planetary-level portal to the canyon? My lord, this is Storm Canyon. There's a protection circle here that protects Storm Canyon. I don't have the ability to control it now. Kulik explained. If Kulik hadn't betrayed the god of storms, he would have been able to activate the protection circle easily. But without faith, the circle wouldn't accept him. No need. No matter how strong the circle is, it wouldn't dare to have a God-level presence in the great world of God. Its power is limited, David said confidently. Since his spirit was affected by the dark clouds, David activated his lightning domain and forcibly controlled the lightning energy in the dark clouds. No matter how strong the circle was, it couldn't compete with a demigod-level lightning domain. David's consciousness followed the lightning domain into the Valley of Storm. Using his abilities as a Grandmaster Alchemist, especially the rune formation knowledge he'd acquired from the Cube's super AI system a few months ago, he easily found the formation base of the Valley of Storm. He just didn't want to destroy the rune circle here. Any unfamiliar rune circle would become an important part of the Cube's super artificial intelligence systems database and speed up its research. Activating his innate ability, underground stealth, he separated the reinforced rocks around the base of the formation. Although these rocks were extremely hard and were reinforced with divine runes, underground stealth was an innate ability that could not be countered by any rock. After David took out the circle foundation, the dark clouds above Storm Canyon quickly dissipated. He and Kulik landed in Storm Canyon. There is no sign of the shrines here, but with Kulik leading the way, David didn't have to look for them. The shrines of Storm Canyon were in the belly of a mountain on one side of the canyon. They had to enter a hidden cave that was hidden by a pool, so it was very difficult for ordinary people to find it. After passing through the pool and entering the cave, they had to go through a long passage that was like a maze. Although the passageway was specially designed, and if one didn't walk properly, they would be trapped in the passageway. However, with Kulik here, it was very easy to pass through the passageway. In fact, David didn't even need Kulik to lead the way. He had many ways to pass through it. His spirit covered the passage, and a map of the maze was in his mind. "My lord, please follow me." Kulik bowed and said, "No need, we'll take the faster route." David shook his head. The maze route was too complicated and would take too much time. David activated his innate ability, underground sneaking. With him in front and Kulik behind him, the maze in front of him automatically parted to form a path that led straight to the inside. If it wasn't for the fact that he was following David, Kulik would have wanted to prostrate himself on the ground and praise David's great power. If someone could use a magical ability, that person would be a genius who specialized in one thing. If someone could use many magical abilities, that person would be a god. In the eyes of a level 5 priest like Kulik, David had been using all kinds of divine means along the way. Although David thought it was just a small trick, the underground sneaking talent and the broken space talent were rare mutated talents among the insectoids. Even the broken space talent would be valued by the god-level insectoids. Therefore, Kulik's understanding of the 5th-level priest was correct in a sense. These means were stronger than the means of ordinary gods. Kulik cast the blessing and the shield of devotion on himself as he walked. White light flashed on his body, and a shield formed by the power of faith appeared. David felt strange. When Kulik cast the divine ability, he felt that the statue in his soul space had accepted the request to cast the divine ability. The level 5 soul doppelganger he left in the statue had long since become one with the statue. He had previously set up the statue so that when a request to cast a divine spell appeared, it would automatically accept the request. David didn't have many priests, so he didn't need to be too strict. Besides, the power of faith consumed by a level 5 priest was negligible to him. David and Kulik stood in front of shrines. The shrines looked very old. "Blasphemers! How dare you come to shrines? You are courting death." An angry roar came from the shrines. The voice was like a thunderstorm. The voice swept past David and Kulik like thunder. David frowned slightly. He had attacked shrines before, but those were shrines that had lost their divine power. This time, he came here to see how the shrines reacted. It would be a reference for him to deal with the 5 shrines. As soon as they arrived at the shrines, the divine sense inside the shrines found them and performed a god's descent before them. Of course, the god of storm had to perform a god's descent first. When he performed a god's descent on Tyjev Island, he did it in front of David. But before he could complete the god's descent, David dealt with him with the divine artifact Death Chain. This time, after the god of storm discovered David's invasion through the shrines, he began to mobilize the power of faith in the small world and poured it into the shrines. This couldn't be helped. With the power of faith inside the shrines, even if the god of storm wanted to perform a god's descent, he wouldn't be able to do it due to the lack of power of faith. The number of believers was just too small. The power of faith could barely keep the shrines running. When David arrived in front of the shrines, the god of storm had just finished his god's descent. Through the divine sense inside the shrines and the power of faith transferred from the small world, a divine body made of pure divine power was formed. David ignored the voice coming from the shrines. Kulik's shield of devotion was quite strong. David blocked most of the power of the voice while the rest was blocked by the shield of devotion. "Retreat over there." David pointed behind him and ordered Kulik. "Yes, my lord." Kulik looked at the shrines with some fear. He was instinctively afraid of the god of storm. After hearing David's order, he quickly bowed. "You go and protect priest Kulik," David said to the people below him. A holy figure appeared. It was the clone of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit hidden in the shadows. He didn't speak. Without David's divine sense, he was like a battle puppet. Kulik looked at the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit with eyes full of shock. This was the powerful knight of the god of war who killed the believers of the evil god. Even after thousands of years, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was still a terrifying existence in the eyes of the believers. But now, this terrifying demigod Saint Spirit Knight appeared in front of 5th rank high priest and was responsible for protecting him. This made the 5th rank high priest feel like he was dreaming. The clone of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit continuously cast the Holy Spirit domain and built a pure white wall of light around himself and Kulik. Although the clone of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit wasn't as powerful as the other demigods under David, his support ability was still at the forefront. Defending against the aftermath of the battle wasn't a problem. David didn't have to worry about the god of storm directly attacking the clone of Kulik and the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. In a battle of this level, the god of storm would be asking for death if he dared to be distracted. David's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He didn't ask for help from Black Dragon Alexis. After the battle with the god of war's clone, he had great confidence in his own strength. He needed to understand the strengthening effect of the shrines on the clone so that he could infer the strength of the clone of the god of war near the shrines of war. This kind of combat experience would be a great reference for David when he encountered the clone of a powerful god in the future. David put on the divine knight armor, held the divine knight's sword in its scabbard, and had a pair of energy wings on his back. The 6 divine reaper chains danced in the air. He was in his strongest combat form. When fighting against the clone of any god, he didn't dare to be careless. Although the god of storm had been asleep for a long time, he was at least in existence of the same era as Black Dragon Alexis. None of the gods that could survive from that era were simple. The door of the storm shrines opened, and a dazzling figure appeared in front of the shrines and looked at David from afar. David observed the clone of the god of storm. The clone was completely composed of lightning. Although it was humanoid, it didn't give off a human aura. The clone of the god of storm was full of violent power, especially when its aura was tightly connected with the shrines of storm behind it. It made David feel like he was facing the real body of the god of storm. David was only slightly surprised, but he wasn't too worried. He had the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder. If he encountered any trouble, the Black Dragon Alexis could help him immediately. Chapter 1189. Blasphemer, you and the traitor must die today, the god of storm said in a deep voice. God of storm, I've found this place, and I'm sure you know I won't let you go either. David replied calmly. David did not show any respect to the god of storm. In his eyes, the god of storm was just a good opponent. After sleeping for so many years, the world has forgotten my name and dared to provoke me in the shrines. The god of storm seemed to have been asleep for too long. He was not in a hurry to attack. Of course, there was another reason. David's power. The fact that David was a demigod made the god of storm very cautious. Although the god of storm performed the god of storm's descent in the god of storm's temple, due to the lack of faith power in the god of storm's descent, the strength of the god of storm's descent was only at the peak of the legendary rank. The god of storm needed more time to observe David and judge David's power. The god of storm was very confused. As far as he knew, this was the era when the 5 gods ruled the great world of God. According to the information he read after waking up, there was not even a legendary level in the great world of God. How could there be a demigod? Although there was a gap between David and the god of storm's God-given body, they were in the territory of the Temple of Storm, and the God-given body had a lot of advantages. The god of storm didn't think that David, a demigod, could defeat him. What surprised the god of storm the most was David's equipment. The armor, the sword, the chain on his back, and the crown on his head were all divine artifacts. The souls you absorbed when you woke up were the souls of my people. Why do you think I'm here? David was also observing the god of storm's body, but he did not attack directly. David's Lord Harlow clone was in contact with the priests of the War Main Temple, which had just been developed recently. David's original purpose was to calculate the reaction speed of the temple to the aura of the gods. What David didn't expect, however, was that, according to the information he got from Lord Harlow's clone, the temple's divine spirit aura detection system was unable to detect the presence of a divine spirit. The news from Lord Harlow's avatar would not be a problem. Although the position of a priest who had just become an intelligence officer was not high, the discovery of the aura of a god was not a secret. The warning bell would not escape the ears of a priest. David looked at the shrines of storm. Since the god of storm's body was not detected by the divine aura detection system of the shrines, it must be because of the storm shrines. No wonder the god of storm dared to chat with him instead of ending the battle quickly, so that the location of the shrines of storm would not be exposed. David also had shrines of space destruction, which were mobile shrines of space destruction. Would the divine aura detection system of the 5 shrines of space destruction not be detected by the divine aura detection system of the shrines of space destruction? The god of storm's body said in a deep voice, "Tell me your name. You are qualified to let me know your name." As the first opponent of the god of storm decided to record David's name as a record of his glorious achievement. "My name is Arthur Luce. Let's fight." David was no longer interested in chatting. He had already sensed the intention of the god of storm to descend upon him. Streaks of lightning energy were gathering around David's body. It was obvious that the god of storm had started to set up the battlefield while they were chatting. After David called out, he activated his demigod-level lightning field, and the lightning energy around him froze. However, what surprised him was that the lightning energy was not controlled by him. Instead, it was controlled by the god of storm's body again. "Arthur Luce, you should not fight with me here. I am the ruler of this world." The voice of the god of storm's body drifted in the air. In an instant, a sea of lightning appeared around the god of storm and David, enveloping them all in it. At the same time, the god of storm's body merged with the sea of lightning and found the god of storm's body. David frowned. He was not used to fighting with this kind of god. The fighting style of the god of storm's body was different from the other gods and god-level creatures he had encountered before. Without a target to attack, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the surrounding lightning was his target, he was at a loss as to what to do. In fact, the god of storm's body was even more surprised than David. The range of the storm shrines was a part of the small world of the god of storm. Although the god of storm's body was in the form of a god, his power was far beyond the peak legendary level. Within this range, he was recognized by the rules of this world. The rules of this world were the rules of the small world. Within the range of the storm shrines, all enemies would be suppressed by the rules of the small world. However, David was not affected at all. The rules of the small world seemed to have no effect on him at all. The god of storm's body had never encountered such a situation. Even a powerful god would not dare to enter the range of another god's shrines. This was because the shrines had a strong home field advantage. Just like now, within the range of the storm shrines, the rules of lightning took precedence over other rules. That was why David's electric field could not take control of the lightning energy from the god of storm's body. David thought about the battle plan in his mind. He had some understanding. This was probably the typical battle style of a god who had become a god through faith. The god of war was definitely an anomaly among the gods of faith. The god of war's close combat style with a sword was completely different from the other gods of faith. Fortunately, although David's electric field could not take control of the lightning energy, it allowed him to let go of his spirit and not be affected by the lightning. David let go of his spirit and began to look for any abnormalities in the sea of lightning. He did not believe that the god of storm's body could be completely integrated into the sea of lightning. At least, the god of storm's mind would not change. Just as David was about to defend himself, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared behind him and hit him hard. Although the divine knight armor had strong defense, some of the lightning energy still went into his body. However, the lightning energy was absorbed by his lightning pattern before it could do anything. The god of storm couldn't believe that his attack didn't work. Lightning attacks were the most powerful and the most difficult type of attack to dodge. The attack that he condensed was enough to reach the demigod level in terms of power. Although it was not enough to seriously injure David, it was expected that he would fall into paralysis. However, the god of storm did not expect that a demigod-level attack would not work on David at all. After David withstood the lightning attack, the worry in his heart disappeared. As a demigod, he had the demigod lightning domain, which was equivalent to a demigod who specialized in the law of lightning. Not to mention, he also had a lightning tattoo. Although the lightning tattoo didn't have any attacking ability, it could contain an unlimited amount of lightning energy, allowing all the lightning energy that hit him to be absorbed into the lightning tattoo. After the power of the lightning was weakened by the divine knight armor, the attack of the god of storm's descending body was no longer as powerful as before. Of course, the god of storm would not admit that his attack was ineffective. He suddenly released hundreds of lightning bolts and struck at David again. This time, the lightning was more powerful, but the result was the same. David was covered in lightning, but as soon as the lightning got close to him, it would disappear. David had scanned the god of storm's body many times with his spirit and did not find anything unusual. It seemed that the god of storm's body had really integrated into the sea of lightning. He shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth to let out a high-frequency howl. The range of the high-frequency howl happened to be the range of the sea of lightning. The high-frequency sound wave swept across the battlefield, but it did not have any effect. This time, David was a bit depressed, and the battle became strange. Lightning bolts struck David and disappeared. David kept changing his attack methods, but he could not do anything to the god of storm's body. In the end, David was out of ideas, so he asked Black Dragon Alexis, "Alexis, how do I deal with such an invisible enemy?" "Sir, you chose the wrong battlefield. You should not fight in front of the shrines of the god of storm. Fighting here is like fighting in the small world of the god of storm. The god of storm has a great advantage in this environment. If you did not have such a strong lightning defense, you would be in big trouble this time. The best way to break out of this situation is to leave and sneak into the shrines in a more unexpected way. Then you can seal the statues before the god of storm descends, just like what you did to the god of war. The other option is to consume the god of storm's power of faith in order to protect the shrines. You can leave when you're tired and come back when you recover your strength. I believe the god of storm will not have much power of faith left." Black Dragon Alexis gave a solution. In fact, Black Dragon Alexis could have given his opinion long before David came. However, because he understood David's ability, he knew that it was not dangerous to deal with the god of storm's body of God. In addition, he was here and could solve the problem if necessary. So he asked David to come and challenge him. "It seems that I underestimated the shrines," David exclaimed. He realized that he was indeed arrogant and underestimated the battle with the god of storm. In David's mind, he had defeated the godly body of the god of war in the battle of gods. Now that he had the innate ability of the god of war, his battle prowess would be even greater. The god of war had defeated many gods. So how could the god of storm, who had been defeated by the god of war, fight against David? Because of this, David did not choose to attack the shrines of the god of storm. Instead, he chose to challenge the god of storm directly. Just as Black Dragon Alexis said, David had many ways to sneak into the shrines of storm and seal the god of storm's consciousness before the god of storm could descend. However, this was also good. David had seen how terrifying the shrines were. Only with a sense of fear could he be careful when dealing with the 5 shrines. The more the god of storm fought, the more frightened he became. He had almost used all of his means. In fact, although the god of storm could not reach the power of the god of war, it had more advantages than the god of war in many aspects. For example, the god of storm's ability to merge with the sea of lightning could not be done so well with the god of storm. The god of storm's body was made up of energy, so it could be done so well. Of course, if they were not in the shrines of Storm's small world, the god of storm's body would not be able to be detected by David's powerful mind. However, the god of storm's body also realized something was wrong. If he continued to fight like this, he would consume too much of his power of faith. It was so much that he felt a little heartache. During the years when the god of storm was sleeping, he had received very little power of faith. In the last few thousand years, the number of his followers had decreased greatly, and the power of faith was not enough to make ends meet. Now, the power of faith he was consuming in the battle with David was the accumulation of the god of storm's small world. This accumulation was the capital for the god of storm to make a comeback. If he used too much of it, it would be more difficult for him to rebuild his faith. At this time, the god of storm's body changed his target. He looked at Kulik, who was being protected by the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. They were still in the shrines of Storm's body. A bolt of lightning shot towards Kulik, who was at the back. It was so fast that it reached him in a flash. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's light wall was greatly impacted, and it suddenly shook twice. Alexis, go and get the god of storm here. David's face darkened. The god of storm did not give him any face at all. He even attacked his subordinates during the battle. Yes, my lord, Black Dragon Alexis replied in a deep voice. Then, Black Dragon Alexis jumped off David's shoulder into the distance. As it flew, its body rapidly expanded from the size of a small cat. When it landed on the ground, it was already the size of a small mountain, blocking the path of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Scram! Black Dragon Alexis let out a dragon roar. No matter how powerful the god of storm's body was, there was a huge gap between the legendary and the divine. The god of storm's body had to stay away from the Black Dragon Alexis. David contacted Lord Harlow's clone again. Through Lord Harlow's clone, he contacted the shrines of war's clergy. The information he received told him that the Black Dragon Alexis's divine body did not trigger the shrine's divine aura detection system. Chapter 1190. Black Dragon Alexis, you've become a human subordinate. The voice of the god of storm was still floating, but it was filled with shock. The god of storm recognized the Black Dragon Alexis. He was one of the most powerful dragons. Black Dragon Alexis used to rely on the strong defense of the Black Dragon, and the god of storm couldn't fight it at all. The Black Dragon's scales were naturally resistant to all kinds of energy, and under the effect of the Black Dragon's power, the effect of any divine energy attack would be reduced by half. With the strong body of a Black Dragon, the remaining power was nothing to be afraid of. Even in the age of gods, Black Dragon Alexis was a very famous existence. But the Black Dragon Alexis obeyed the orders of the human in front of it. Black Dragon Alexis didn't care about the god of storm's words. In its opinion, joining David was the wisest choice it had made. It wasn't only because David had saved Black Dragon Alexis, but also because the Black Dragon Alexis would benefit greatly. Although the Black Dragon's life was long, it would eventually come to an end. However, as long as it followed David, it wouldn't have to worry about its life. The endless life force could ensure that Black Dragon Alexis would always be in its best condition. In addition, David's potential was the reason why Black Dragon Alexis was willing to join him. David didn't hide many secrets from Black Dragon Alexis, which made Black Dragon Alexis understand how terrifying David's talent ability was. The Destruction Realm, formed by the combination of the Law of Speed and the Law of Strength, allowed David to have greater potential than all the gods. With David's growth speed, it wouldn't take too long for his potential to turn into actual strength. Black Dragon Alexis believed that one day, all the gods would look up to David. Storm God, don't think about anything else. Let's continue fighting, David said in a deep voice. Kulik, who was watching the battle from the side, had his mouth wide open. Kulik could see that all the attacks of the God of Storm's body were ineffective against David. The God of Storm's body, on the other hand, relied on its ability to merge with lightning to prevent David from attacking. From this, it could be seen that the God of Storm didn't want to have a face-to-face battle with David. Instead, he chose to be extremely careful. But what surprised Kulik even more was the appearance of the Black Dragon Alexis. David actually had a god-ranked Black Dragon as his subordinate. This made Kulik feel honored to have signed a master-servant contract with David. The God of Storm didn't want to fight anymore, but he didn't want to give up the last shrines. It was very difficult to build shrines. Many of the materials had to be obtained from the space-time turbulence, so one could imagine how dangerous it was. Not to mention the great world of God. Other than the 5 gods, no other gods dared to leave their small worlds. It was almost impossible to build new shrines. The God of Storm's body, he thought of a last resort. Although David's defense against lightning was strong, it wasn't impossible to break through. If he used the God of Storm's body to get close to David, the solid lightning contained in the God of Storm's body could reach the peak of the demigod level. Of course, using the God of Storm's body to attack David would consume a large amount of the God of Storm's body's energy. However, the God of Storm's body couldn't care less. Black Dragon Alexis was watching from aside. If he didn't end the battle quickly, the God of Storm's body wouldn't stand a chance at all. As long as he could hurt David and use him to threaten the Black Dragon Alexis, he would be able to make the Black Dragon Alexis back off. Thinking of this, the God of Storm's body launched an even fiercer attack. At the same time, the God of Storm's body merged into the sea of lightning and began to move closer to David. The God of Storm's body chose the left side of David. There was nothing in the left side of David's body, and there was no divine weapon. Right in front of David was the position that was most likely to attract attention. The chances of a surprise attack from this position weren't high. His right hand was holding the knight's sword, and behind him were the 6 death gods' chains. Only the left side was the best place to approach. The God of Storm's body felt that as long as he was close enough, he could use the solid lightning energy of the God of Storm's body to break David's defense. This was the last attack of the God of Storm's body. If this attack also failed, he would choose to give up on the shrines of Storm and take back his divine will. For the first time, David felt extremely helpless in the face of an enemy. The enemy was not powerful, but it was too strange. He wanted to attack, but he couldn't. The enemy was clearly around him, but he couldn't do anything. This was the difference between talent abilities. David also had divine talent abilities, but those were all single-target attacks. He didn't have the ability to attack in a large area, which was the main reason why he couldn't do anything to the God of Storm's body. If other demigods heard David's thoughts, they would cry. Ordinary demigods only had demigod talent abilities, and they could only upgrade their talent abilities to the divine level when they reached the divine level. David, on the other hand, had many divine talent abilities when he was a demigod. No matter how powerful a demigod was, there would always be opponents that he couldn't defeat. This was not because the opponent was powerful, but because the opponent just happened to be able to restrain the opponent's attack. This was the case with the God of Storm's body that David encountered this time. If the God of Storm's body had a physical body, the battle would probably be over in a few moves. David calmed down. He planned to slowly consume the power of faith in the God of Storm's body, according to the Black Dragon, Alexis's suggestion. Amidst the countless lightning bolts, he let them strike him. He estimated the power of the lightning bolts and estimated the amount of power of faith in the god of storm's body. The god of storm's body appeared and turned from a virtual state to a physical body. This process was extremely fast. This place was within the range of the shrines of storm, which was equivalent to the small world of the god of storm. The process didn't take much time at all. When the god of storm's body appeared on the left side of David and was 1 centimeter away from David, David also sensed that the god of storm's body was approaching. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fast David was, there was no way he could be faster than the god of storm's body. On one hand, the god of storm's body was only 1 centimeter away from David. This distance was not enough for David to make any effective moves. On the other hand, the god of storm's body was the gathering of energy. This kind of body was naturally much faster than a real body. However, the location of the god of storm's body was too coincidental. It wasn't exactly coincidental, but the god of storm's body didn't know David's true power. David's strongest point wasn't his defense, his ability to control lightning, or his swordsmanship, but his demigod body. His demigod body only had his left and right index fingers. The third finger was still incomplete. This allowed David to make 2 demigod attacks that truly belonged to him. It was also the most powerful attack he could make. In terms of speed, the rule of destruction in his left index finger was the combination of the rule of strength and the rule of speed. It was much faster than the god of storm's body. David's counterattack was to flick his left index finger. If the speed of his left index finger was used as a reference, everything around him would be frozen. The god of storm's body was also frozen 1 centimeter away from David's body. However, David's left index finger hit the god of storm's body first. Seeing that he was about to hit David with the demigod energy contained in the god's descent, the god of storm was very happy. He had regained control of the battle under the watch of the black dragon Alexis. However, just as the god of storm was thinking about this, the energy in his body seemed to have exploded. The last thought of the god of storm's body was that David's left index finger had touched the god of storm's body. It was a small finger, but it carried an unimaginable amount of destructive power. This destructive power quickly spread throughout the god of storm's body. The god of storm's body exploded, and the god of storm's mind was exposed. Just as a void door opened to take in the god of storm's mind, the shadow attendant appeared first and absorbed the god of storm's mind. The moment the god of storm's body was destroyed, Black Dragon Alexis also returned to the size of a kitten. His god-level power was also sealed. David sensed that since the god of storm's mind disappeared, the energy field around the shrines also disappeared. The Black Dragon Alexis was very experienced. He sealed his god-level power at the most appropriate time and did not expose himself to the 5 shrines' divine aura detection system. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit also flashed into David's shadow and disappeared. David turned to Kulik and said, "Priest Kulik, let's go in and take a look." "Yes, my great lord," Kulik replied with extreme respect. Kulik clearly saw that the god of storm's body exploded as soon as it appeared. This showed how big the difference in power between the 2 sides was. After losing the advantage of being invisible, the god of storm couldn't even last a second in a head-on battle. Of course, with Kulik's ability, he couldn't understand this battle at all. Everything was just his guess. David walked in front of the shrines of storm and looked around. There were almost no decorations in the shrines of storm. Other than the necessary facilities, there was no extra furniture. From the aura of the tables and chairs in the hall, Abel could tell that they were at least 10,000 years old. After being baptized by the power of faith for a long time, they had been transformed into extremely special materials. David finally understood. It was no wonder that there were no other items in this hall. This was to prevent the power of faith from being wasted. Only the useful facilities were baptized. Every single item in this hall was a sacred item if taken out. David saw the statue of the god of storm in the hall. Without the divine will of the god of storm, the statue seemed to have lost its soul. It looked like a statue, but it didn't have the spirituality of a statue. However, The quality of the statue wasn't any worse than the statues in the shrines of space destruction. This made David very satisfied. Although the god of storm was far inferior to the god of war, there were many shrines of war. Each of the shrines had a statue, and the god of storm only had one statue. It was normal for the statue to be of high quality. David then visited the other parts of the shrines of storm. Without the control of the statue, all the shrines of storm lost their effect. Kulik brought David to the treasury. However, almost none of the so-called treasures here caught David's eye. Instead, some of the heritage books of the shrines of storm attracted David's attention. However, these heritage books could only reach the demigod rank at most. For David, they were only useful as reference. David wanted to find a complete heritage book of faith to become a god, but he couldn't find it in the shrines of storm. He wasn't too disappointed. This was what he had expected. No god would be willing to leave their complete heritage in the shrines of storm. David and Kulik left the shrines of storm. He activated his underground sneak. Under the effect of his mind, the parts of the shrines of storm that went deep underground were automatically separated from the ground. He wrapped the storm shrines with his mind and put them into his dimensional pendant. After doing all this, David brought Kulik back the way they came and returned to the Gammy Star. As soon as he returned to Gammy Star, David immediately used his break space talent ability to open a space tunnel. He grabbed Kulik and entered the space tunnel. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the space temple of destruction. David ordered in a deep voice, "You will be in charge of these shrines. I need these shrines to be in their best condition. Also, I don't need to recruit believers in the great world of God. So this will be your only job." Kulik looked excitedly at the shrines in front of him and replied, "Great Lord, I will do my best." As a priest, Kulik naturally wanted to live in a good shrines. To be honest, Kulik didn't have high hopes for the shrines at first. No matter how fast Lord Arthur's strength improved, it would only take a few years. Even if he could build the shrines in a few years, they would only be simple shrines. However, Kulik didn't expect that Lord Arthur's shrines would not only be simple shrines, but also surpass all the other shrines. Other than the 5 great shrines, no other evil god could have such space shrines. To build such space shrines, one would need to control many important resources in the great world of God. More importantly, one would need to have powerful strength to go deep into the turbulence of time and space to obtain those extremely rare materials. Chapter 1191. Kulik's level 5 shrines of space destruction entered the shrines of space destruction. Soon, the chanting of the divine book could be heard from within the shrines. David sensed that the power of faith from Kulik's level 5 shrines of space destruction was no longer flowing directly into his body. Instead, it was flowing towards the statue in the center of the hall. The shrines of space destruction were now alive. Although Kulik's level 5 shrines of space destruction did not produce much power of faith, he could still help operate the shrines of space destruction. David did not need to put in too much effort. Since the shrines of space destruction did not produce any power of faith, all the power of faith was provided by the shrines in David's small soul space. As for David's small soul space, once he left the great world of God and went to another great world, the connection of the power of faith would be broken. This required a large amount of power of faith to be stored in the shrines of space destruction. When David left the great world of gods, there would be no external supply of power of faith, and how to reduce the consumption of the space temple of destruction would need to be managed by someone. In the past, David had always left a trace of his mind in the statue. Now that Kulik was there, he could finally withdraw his mind. After doing all this, David opened the wormhole to the Bug Tribe World's safety point and arrived at the Bug Tribe World. Using the portal in the Bug World safe point, he returned to the underground space of the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King's avatar. Due to the departure of the shrines of space destruction, this place seemed a little empty. David took out the storm shrines and placed them in the underground space. The storm shrines were for reference for the cube's super AI system. The storm shrines were very ancient, and the runes on them were even simpler. Come to think of it, the storm shrines were built by the god of storms. Now, tens of thousands of years had passed since the era of gods. In these tens of thousands of years, the divine inscription array had undergone some development and had become even more complex. David fused one of his level 5 soul avatars into the statue of the storm shrines. Just like before, the statue perfectly accommodated his soul avatar. The statue also changed from the appearance of the god of storms to David's original appearance. Unfortunately, David no longer had the knowledge ball of the hymn of gods. However, he could directly inject faith power into the storm shrines. As he transferred a large amount of faith power from the shrines in his soul space into the storm shrines began to operate under the control of the statue. The storm shrines should now be called the destruction shrines. The relief sculptures that originally belonged to the storm god had all disappeared and turned into relief sculptures similar to the space destruction shrines. The destruction shrines did not activate any defense, and all the runes were in the most energy-efficient state. This was to make it easier for the cube's super AI to study them. The faith power David injected was enough for the destruction shrines to operate in this state for 100 years. After doing all this, David summoned the shadow attendant in this underground space. He placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and sent his consciousness into the shadow attendant's body. In this conflict with the god of storms, he obtained 2 of the god of storms' divine inscriptions. Now that the shadow attendant had gone through the purification of the 2 god-level insectoid souls, its ability had obviously improved a lot. The shadow attendant extracted the most powerful ability of the 2 divine inscriptions and turned them into knowledge balls. In David's perception, the 2 balls of knowledge he obtained from the god of storm were floating in front of him. His mind approached the first ball of knowledge. Inside the ball of knowledge was a divine spell called chain lightning. David was a bit disappointed. He thought he could get the storm god's main ability, but the lightning chain did increase the number of divine spells he could get. He guided the knowledge ball into the small world in his soul space. The world tree absorbed it and turned it into an ability fruit that hung on the branches of the world tree. David's consciousness made contact with the ability fruit. The ability fruit turned into a lightning chain pattern and entered the soul fortress. Another knowledge ball was received by his brain. He sensed the knowledge of the lightning chain divine art and found that it was a divine level divine art. Needless to say, it was very powerful. A divine spell like this could reach the peak of the caster's power when used by a non-divine. Of course, the gods would not directly give divine spells to their priests. Instead, they would give them different levels of divine spells based on their faith and merits. The lightning chain was an area of effect attack divine spell. It also included a single target attack divine spell called lightning. After mastering the lightning chain, one would be able to cast lightning as a single target attack and could also bestow lightning upon one's own priests. While David had just learned the lightning chain, Kulik, who was in the space destruction shrines in the great world of God, was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Luckily, Kulik managed to restrain himself from being rude in front of the god of destruction statue. He sensed that the statue had just passed on a divine spell to him. If it was any other divine spell, no matter how powerful it was, Kulik wouldn't have reacted like this. However, when he discovered that the divine spell he inherited was the lightning chain divine spell, Kulik couldn't remain calm anymore. For many years, he had been using the lightning chain. The application of this divine spell was already deeply ingrained in his soul. Although he had acquired more divine spells, it would take many years for him to familiarize himself with the divine spells and reach the level of chain lightning. Not to mention, the lightning chain was one of the most terrifying offensive divine spells. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. It could attack the opponent before they could even attack. What Kulik couldn't believe was that the lightning chain divine spell was a divine spell. Originally, there was only one divine spell in the god of destruction, which was the light divine spell. There were many restrictions on the use of a light divine spell. Even Kulik, a level 5 priest, only obtained a level 5 lightning chain spell, and that was after 100 years of hard work. Now that he had converted to the god of destruction, he had unexpectedly obtained a lightning divine spell that was even more powerful than the one he had obtained from the god of storms. In addition, what Kulik found even more strange was that the god of destruction, Lord Arthur, was only a demigod. Although he could instantly kill the god of storms, how could he have mastered the divine spell of the god of storms? My lord's greatness is not something I can touch, Kulik muttered to himself. Then he concentrated on chanting the divine book of the god of destruction to strengthen his faith. The reason why Kulik was able to obtain a divine spell from David in the faraway insect world was because of the shrines. As long as there were shrines, a priest could obtain a channel to communicate with them. When a priest needed a large amount of faith to cast a divine spell, they would also draw from the shrines. On the other hand, the level 5 priest Alden in the Galactic Federation had no temple, so he could only cast light magic a few times. Since he couldn't contact the god of destruction, he could only cast it a few times with the limited amount of faith in his body. However, since Priest Alden was in the Federal military fleet, he wouldn't have the chance to do anything. David's consciousness entered the shadow attendant's body again and noticed another knowledge orb. The knowledge orb of the storm domain. David was overjoyed. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this was the most powerful ability of the god of storms. Normally, an ability with the name of a god was the most powerful ability of a god. Considering that there was only one storm shrines in the great world of God, it was normal for the god of storms to leave his most powerful ability in the shrines. With a thought, David moved the storm domain knowledge ball into the small world of his soul space. The world tree used a branch to hold the knowledge ball, and energy poured into it, turning it into a fruit. With the help of the world tree, David could absorb the knowledge orb much faster and had a better grasp of the ability. David's consciousness came into contact with the fruit, and the knowledge of the storm domain entered his mind. The fruit also turned into a storm domain rune and entered the soul fortress. The storm domain was a powerful deity level domain ability. The storm domain and the lightning domain belonged to the same type of domain ability. However, the storm domain could not only control the power of lightning, but could also condense water vapor to form a thunderstorm. Of course, forming a thunderstorm was only an additional effect. When facing a powerful opponent, a thunderstorm was completely useless. There is only one use for the thunderstorm domain, and that was to increase the visual effect of the storm domain. David was very surprised when he saw this knowledge. The god of storms actually added visual effects to his most powerful domain ability. Then he remembered that the god of storms was a god who had become a god through faith. The most important thing for a god was to gain more followers. When performing miracles, the more beautiful the visual effect, the more likely it was to gain more followers. In a small, broken world, the god of storms still had not recovered from the shock. He could not believe that he had lost. The god of storms had lost too much, including the last storm shrines. His last faith in the great world of God had been destroyed. The god of storms had no way out. He had to rebuild his faith during this period of awakening. In the great world of God ruled by 5 gods, it was extremely difficult for the god of storms to rebuild his faith from scratch. Also, the god of storms could not appear in the great world of God. The god of storms suddenly thought of something. He recognized the 6 divine weapons on Lord Arthur's back. They were the divine weapons of the god of death. This meant that Lord Arthur had a very close connection with the god of death. The reason why the god of storms woke up early and all 12 followers were sent out for the sacrifice was because the god of death had used the emergency signal. Thinking of this, the god of storm was furious. He felt that the god of death had set up a trap. The god of storms waved his hand, and a light shadow appeared in front of him. The light shadow was shaking slightly. After a few seconds, the light shadow stopped shaking, and the image of the god of death appeared on top of the light shadow. God of storm, congratulations on waking up from your slumber. Let's work together again and reconstruct the the great world of divinity. The god of death said with a smile, as if he didn't see the ugly look on the god of storm's face. God of death, what's there to congratulate? I just woke up after losing all my followers. The last storm shrines was also destroyed. The god of storms replied coldly. The god of death was stunned. He also heard that the followers of the god of storms were sacrificing in Lord Arthur's territory, but they were all annihilated. He didn't expect that even the storm shrines were destroyed. However, the god of death also knew that the god of storm wouldn't speak carelessly about this kind of thing. He could also hear the determination in the god of storm's words. The god of death was the initiator of the emergency awakening signal. If the god of death did not give the god of storm a reasonable explanation as to why the god of storm sent the emergency awakening signal, they might even become enemies on the spot. The shrines found your storm shrines? How is this possible? The god of death found it hard to believe. The shrines of the 12 gods were very well hidden. They were rarely discovered, even after tens of thousands of years. Back then, when the 5 gods were powerful, the rest of the gods had been thinking about hiding their temples. In order to hide their temples, they had done everything they could to do so. How was it possible that the storm shrines were not discovered for tens of thousands of years? It was just that the god of storms found them and destroyed them as soon as he woke up. The god of death suspected that the 5 shrines had found the storm shrines because only the 5 shrines had such power in the great world of God. Otherwise, even if the storm shrines were found, with the protection of the god of storms, it wouldn't be easy to destroy them. It's not the 5 shrines. It's a young man who uses the chain of death. The god of storms gritted his teeth. While speaking, the god of storms stared fiercely at the god of death, trying to see something from his face. The god of death heard the words of the god of storms, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could the god of death forget the human who saved the black dragon Alexis and took away the 6 divine weapons, Lord Arthur? If one were to say that the Grim Reaper hated the 5 gods the most, then Lord Arthur would be the second most hated person in the divinity plane. However, according to the latest information, this Lord Arthur was not simple at all. It would take a god to deal with him. Chapter 1192. God of Storm, I know who the young man you're talking about is. He is Lord Arthur, my enemy. I want to kill him too. The god of death said in a deep voice. The god of storm listened to the god of death's explanation and judged whether it was true or not. Since you have awakened, you can meet the others. The god of death changed the topic. He didn't want to mention how the chain of death fell into Lord Arthur's hands. That was a heartache that he didn't want to touch. In a flash of light, the figures of 3 gods joined the light. The god of storm looked at these familiar faces and couldn't help but recall the time when the 12 gods formed an alliance because of the power of the 5 great gods. But they were still driven into a deep sleep by the 5 great gods and gave up most of the beliefs of the great world of God. Now that they met again, the gods sighed. You are probably the first batch of gods to be awakened. Let me introduce the current situation of the great world of God to you. The god of death said in a deep voice. The 3 new gods more or less knew about the recent situation of the great world of God through their believers, but they still wanted to hear the god of death's explanation of why they were awakened. The god of storm didn't know much about the great world of God, mainly because he had too few believers. He lost all of them as soon as he woke up, so he had no source of information. The great world of God is still led by the 5 great shrines. The nobles rule the secular world, and the knight protects the noble's rights. The god of death continued. God of death, what's the use of saying this? What does it have to do with awakening us? The god of fire, who had a fiery temper, asked directly. What the god of death said hadn't changed for 10,000 years, and it was estimated that it wouldn't change for the next 10,000 years. I was just about to talk about the recent changes. In the past year or so, 3 shrines of war have fallen, and the conflict between the shrines of war and the nobles has reached its peak. Even the knight restriction card that the 5 shrines had jointly created when they established the knight profession had fallen into the hands of the nobles. Currently, The Supreme Council was at odds with the war shrines, and their relationship with the other 4 shrines was at its lowest point in 10,000 years. I used the backup plan that I left behind back then to form a portal between the Zerg world and the great world of God. It diverted part of the energy of the 5 gods, and at least 5 space shrines were confined there. The Grim Reaper ignored the god of fire's dissatisfaction and continued to explain. Hearing the Grim Reaper's introduction, the Storm God and the other 3 gods were intrigued. As early as when they were sleeping, they had predicted that one day there would be a rift between the nobles and the shrines. However, the time of the gods' prediction was many years later, and the premise was that there would be many powerhouses emerging among the nobles, and they would be able to oppose the shrines in terms of strength. Otherwise, the nobles wouldn't dare to have a conflict with the shrines, let alone oppose them. Especially when the Knight restriction card had fallen into the hands of the nobles, it was almost as if the shrines had lost the biggest restriction on the Knight profession. Who is so capable to make the shrines of war lose 3 shrines? He's even more powerful than I was back then. The god of fire's attention was focused on the 3 fallen shrines of war. I have to mention one person. It was this person who caused the turmoil in the great world of God. His name is Arthur Luce, a legendary knight, known as the #1 knight in the great world of God, with the title of Invincible Knight. The god of death didn't want to mention this name at all, but he had to explain the situation to the gods. God of death, Arthur Luce's strength is a demigod, and he has a god-tier black dragon by his side. The god of storm corrected in a deep voice. Arthur Luce's strength has reached the demigod level? How can it be so fast? When the god of death heard the word god-tier black dragon, he understood that it was the black dragon Alexis, but he soon noticed another point and couldn't help but ask in surprise. It had only been a few years, and the last time he saw Lord Arthur, he couldn't even resist a finger of the god of death. Now, he had reached the demigod level. The god of death knew that the storm shrines of the god of storm were destroyed by Lord Arthur, and the god of storm had fought with Lord Arthur before, so it was normal for him to know his strength. How can the shrines allow such a person to exist? The god of fire asked in confusion. The god of fire was very clear about the personalities of the 5 great gods. The 5 great gods had always had a suppressive attitude towards the appearance of strong people, and the 5 great gods didn't want their existence to be threatened. In the great world of God, the only people who could stand out were those who were cultivated by the 5 shrines and believed in the 5 great gods. These strong people could even become gods, but even if they became gods, they couldn't have their own faith. In the past 10,000 years, no one could get any information about the chi from the subsidiary gods of the 5 great gods. Arthur Luce is a pure-blooded noble for 10,000 years, and he has a very high reputation among the nobles. Most of the Knight are his admirers, and he's also a member of the Supreme Council and has a very close relationship with the higher-ups of the Supreme Council. This kind of top-tier noble completely relied on his own strength to reach his current strength, and the 5 shrines can't openly suppress him, the god of death explained. In fact, the god of death's information wasn't complete, and he didn't know the real concerns of the 5 shrines. The strength that David mobilized could fight to a draw with the god of war's main body, and this almost confirmed his special status. Originally, the 5 shrines did have the idea of suppressing David, but this time, the evil gods woke up one after another and caused a huge commotion, so the 5 shrines naturally delayed their suppression of David. Then let's ally with Arthur Luce, give him benefits, and let him cooperate with us, the god of fire proposed very directly. However, as soon as the god of fire finished speaking, the god of death and the god of storm's expressions turned ugly. The god of blood, who had been silent all this time, seemed to have noticed something, and the expression in his eyes was very strange. God of death, I heard that you caught an injured black dragon, right? Then the black dragon beside Arthur Luce can't be that black dragon, right? In addition, the god of storm is so familiar with Arthur Luce's strength. Have you met him before? The god of blood asked with a smile. The god of death and the god of storm looked at the god of blood. If they hadn't met through illusion, the two gods would have had the impulse to reach out and beat the god of blood. God of storm, looking at you, have you suffered a big loss? The god of blood didn't care at all about the gazes of the two gods and continued to ask with a smile. God of blood, I don't need to explain anything to you. The god of storm shouted with his eyes wide open. Well, it's not like you don't know the temper of the god of blood. He just likes to stir up emotions. God of blood, you should also restrain yourself. After this time, there are still big things to do after awakening. The god of fear said to smooth things over. Only 5 gods had awakened. If there were conflicts among the 5 gods and they attacked each other, there would be no need to talk about dealing with the 5 gods. I was just about to discuss with you. I lost the last storm shrines, and I want to use the power of the twilight of the gods to rebuild my faith. The god of storm calmed down. Since he already talked about it, he directly asked. In addition to the statue in the storm shrines, there's also a statue of the god of storm in the headquarters of the twilight of the gods, and there was also a divine thought of the god of storm there. This was also the last statue of the god of storm left in the great world of God. However, if he wanted to use that statue to rebuild his faith, he had to get the support of the other gods. God of storm, since you want to use the twilight of the gods to rebuild your faith, you have to pay the price. The god of death glanced at the god of storm and said first. The god of storm glanced at the god of death gratefully. He knew that the god of death was helping him. The other gods had no obligation to help him rebuild his faith, especially when there were not many believers of the other gods. The god of fire nodded and said, the god of storm's offensive divine spells are very powerful. Rebuilding faith for him will also increase our strength. This is not a problem. However, when necessary, the god of storm will need to contribute more power. The god of blood didn't speak. He didn't want to say anything against it. He didn't want to offend the god of storm completely when 2 gods agreed, and he didn't want to say anything against his will. Yes, as long as the god of storm contributes more. The god of fear thought for a while and nodded in agreement. The god of storm exhaled a long breath. With the help of the believers of these gods, the success rate of him restoring his faith would be much higher. Let's go back to the question just now. Arthur Luce has a big grudge against me and the god of storm. We won't agree to cooperate with him. The god of death brought up another topic at this time. Yes, my believers and shrines were all destroyed by Arthur Luce. This hatred must be avenged. The god of storm said. The god of fire and the god of fear looked at each other helplessly. In their opinion, cooperating with Lord Arthur to deal with the 5 gods was the best choice. But the god of death and the god of storm were against it, so they couldn't mention cooperation again. God of death, god of storm, before all the gods wake up, please don't take the initiative to trouble Arthur Luce. After all the gods wake up, we will discuss how to deal with it. The god of fear could only negotiate. Agreed. Although the god of death was unwilling, he knew that it was impossible to go to Lord Arthur at this time. Even if he wanted to go to Lord Arthur, he didn't have the power to fight against Lord Arthur. I want to thank the god of death. He chose the most appropriate time to wake us up. God of death, please tell us the next plan. The god of fear continued. The god of death nodded to the god of fear, and then said to the other gods in a low voice, I suggest that the latest action is to provoke the contradiction between the nobles and the shrines. Let the 2 sides have more and more hatred, and let the 2 sides completely break up. Then we will have the opportunity to snatch the faith. Only by reducing the faith of the 5 gods can we have a chance to defeat them. Although it is a little difficult, this is a feasible plan. The god of fear agreed first. The rest of the gods agreed, but it was hard to know what they were actually thinking. This meeting of the gods was not known to outsiders, but the twilight of the gods became busy after that. In the main city of Uistar, Priest Johnston came out of the war shrines. He needed to go to a believer's home. Priest Johnston, who had the strength of level 4, was very famous among the priests of the war shrines. He was famous not for his strength, but for his interpretation of the divine book. Priest Johnston spent a lot of time studying the divine book and various ancient books of the shrines. He also wrote his interpretation into books. His books were widely spread among the priests and shrines of the war. Walking on the street from time to time, people took the initiative to say hello to Priest Johnston, and Priest Johnston responded with a smile. To ordinary people, whether they were believers or not, Priest Johnston was modest and polite, which is a very rare quality in the great world of God. It was this quality that led to Priest Johnston's reputation. His reputation was not only on Ua Planet, but also on many other planets. After turning a corner, Priest Johnston's perception as a sky knight made him suddenly stop. He sensed danger, but it was useless. From the shadows of the street corner, a blurry figure appeared behind him in an instant. Its speed was much faster than his. Level 5 Master. That was Priest Johnston's last thought before he fell. The blurry figure looked at Bishop Johnston on the ground, took out a standard knight's sword, and stabbed it into the wound. Then, he left a torn piece of cloth at the corner of the wall. A noble's coat of arms could be faintly seen on the corner of his shirt. After doing this, the blurry figure disappeared into the shadows. The Mike family of Uastar was a great noble family. There were 3 level 4 Sky Knights, and dozens of knights of different levels in the family. In terms of strength, they were considered average among the great nobles. The Mike family was not famous for their fighting strength. They were very famous for their planting and produced many high-grade alchemy plants. The Mike family also had a backer. They were a vassal family of the Hopkinson family. Originally, the Mike family was the kind of family that did not care about external affairs and only cared about planting. But today, the Mike family's castle was surrounded. The ones who came were priests of the war shrines. Whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, they were several times more powerful than the Mike family. The war shrines were followed by priests, which made the difference in strength even greater. The Mike family did not know what was going on. Seeing this scene, they could only activate all the defenses of the castle. Chapter 1193. I'll go out and negotiate with them. You guys sent a warning to the Hopkinson family and asked them to come out. The head of the Mike family looked at the priests and shrines of war surrounding the castle in despair. However, he still had to appear calm. The people of the Mike family needed him to calm them down. Ed, you can't go out. These priests have bad intentions. A level 4 knight in the family advised. Don't say any more. This is an order. I'll go buy some time. The head of the Mike family waved his hand. As one of the 3 level 4 Sky Knights in the family, the head of the Mike family did not go out through the gate. Instead, he jumped down from the castle's platform. The situation had become extremely urgent. He did not dare to open the gate. That would give the shrines of war an opportunity to take advantage of. The head of the Mike family stood 10 meters away from the leading priest. The priest in front of him was a level 5 knight. He coldly looked at the head of the Mike family with a murderous look in his eyes. The head of the Mike family saw the small mark on the shoulder of the level 5 knight. His eyes narrowed, and his pupils could not help but shrink. That was the mark of the Guardian Priests. The Guardian Priests were the most terrifying organization within the shrines. Their mission was to punish traitors and blasphemers on behalf of their masters. I don't know why the shrines of war are surrounding my castle. The Mike family has never committed a crime. Besides, even if the Mike family has committed a crime, it should be dealt with by the Noble Affairs Office and the Supreme Council. The head of the Mike family suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a deep voice. The Knight of the Leon Temple did not answer the question of the head of the Mike family. Instead, he directly announced, I, a Knight of the Leon Temple, have been ordered by the Archbishop to arrest the entire Mike family. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Knight of the Leon Temple, I need an explanation. Why are you arresting my family? What crime has my entire clan committed? The patriarch of Mike's Na clan asked repeatedly. If you want to know, wait until we return to the shrines. Someone will talk to you. The Knight of the Leon Shrine said coldly. After that, without waiting for Mike to continue speaking, he waved his hand and all the knights formed the Knight Battle Formation. The priests behind him sprinkled pure white light on the Knight Battle Formation, making the knights wear pure white energy armor. The first to move was the Knight of the Leon Holy Temple. He rushed to the front of Mike's Na family head in one step. The head of Mike's family did not hesitate. He knew very well that he could not fight against a powerful temple knight, so he immediately summoned his flying mount and wanted to take off. However, the knight of the Leon Holy Temple was too fast. As soon as the head of Mike's Knopf family head was about to take off, he approached him and stabbed a level 5 light, long sword into the heart of the head of Mike's Knopf family head without any mercy. Although it was an arrest, in fact, the war shrines had the intention to kill. To some extent, Priest Johnston was like a mentor to the priests. Many of the priests and priests present had read Priest Johnston's works and gained a lot of knowledge from them. The assassination of High Priest Johnston had caused a huge reaction in the War Temple. The Guardian High Priests who had come this time all had a vengeful mentality. Moreover, recently, due to various reasons, the war shrines had been in a state of extreme depression. Now that he had a way to vent, he naturally needed to vent without restraint. Patriarch! The people in the castle saw that their patriarch was killed and cried out in grief. Release the arrows! The patriarch shouted. The arrows were made with level 3 materials and were supported by a complicated mechanical crossbow. With the addition of alchemy patterns, they could explode with great power. This was also a common defensive method used by middle and great nobles. However, the more powerful great nobles and the top nobles would not use this defensive method. This defensive method could only be used to deal with some weak knight. Today, the knight battle formation was well-trained and almost useless against knights. The green arrows were shot outside the knight battle formation, but they were blocked by a bloodline power shield. The only use of these arrows was to stimulate the anger of the shrines of the war shrines. The bloodline power formed a huge sword that attacked the castle's defensive shield. With a loud bang, the castle's defense was broken, and the knight battle formation broke through the castle's gate. Then, screams and screams were heard from the castle. The shrines of the war shrines were slaughtering madly in the castle. Stop! A furious roar came from the sky, followed by a terrifying suppressive force that was like the might of the heavens, causing the entire castle to fall silent. Lord Ludwig, who was wearing a black knight armor, appeared in the sky. His anger was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Lord Ludwig's strength was at the early legend rank, and he had recently consumed the red wine to increase his strength. Although he had not found his own law, he could clearly suppress knights below the legend rank. Only the knight of the Leon Holy Temple was standing inside and outside the castle, but he was barely able to maintain his body. The war shrines had lost too many level 5 knights and level 5 priests. The knight of the Leon Holy Temple was only at the early level of a level 5 knight, which was a whole realm lower than Lord Ludwig. The reason he could stand under Lord Ludwig's powerful pressure was because his willpower was strong enough. Lord Ludwig saw the corpse of Mike's family head outside the castle, and saw the corpses everywhere in the castle. His eyes were full of anger. As his rage grew, the war god's temple knights were forced to lie flat on the ground. They couldn't even move an inch. Lord Ludwig looked at the knight of the Leon Holy Temple. He walked step by step towards the knight of the Leon Holy Temple. Every step he took in the air increased his pressure. The knight of the Leon Holy Temple activated his bloodline power and crazily circulated it in his body, wanting to resist the terrifying suppression from the legend rank Lord Ludwig. Lord Ludwig was getting closer and closer. The knight of the Leon Holy Temple was biting too hard, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Although the knight of the Leon Holy Temple did not bend his knees, his feet were deeply embedded in the ground. The shrines of the war must give me an explanation. Why did you kill my family? All the priests here stay. Go back and tell Archbishop McIntyre my attitude. Lord Ludwig suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that this matter needed the support of the Supreme Council. He could not directly clash with the shrines of the war. Lord Ludwig waved his hand, and the knight of the Leon Holy Temple was sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground and could no longer move. The power of this blow was extremely precise. The knight of the Leon Holy Temple was not seriously injured, but the knight of the Leon Holy Temple could not move at all. The terrifying power of the legend rank bloodline of the gold dragon entered the body of the knight of the Leon Holy Temple and sealed the space in his heart. At this time, the knight of the Leon Holy Temple arrived. They quickly controlled all the priests and began to treat the remaining members of Mike's family. It was not appropriate to say that they were treating them, because the attacks of the Shrines of the War did not injure anyone. All the attacks were fatal. Only a few members of the Mike's family who had hidden themselves were lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the Shrines of the War. If Lord Ludwig had not come quickly enough, the remaining members of the Mike's family would not have survived. Lord Ludwig looked at the corpses being sorted out one by one, his eyes full of anger. This was a subsidiary family of the Hopkinson family. They were under the protection of the Hopkinson family. Now that they had been massacred by the Shrines of the War, how could Lord Ludwig not be angry? However, Lord Ludwig was also the leader of the Hopkinson family. He had to think for the family and could not rashly kill the priests of the War Shrines of the War. He was not Lord Arthur and did not have the power of the Lord Arthur. He could not compete with the Shrines of the War. However, Lord Ludwig was not easy to bully. He did not leave the castle of the Mike's family. After entering the castle, he contacted Chairman Gould. The Knight of the Leon Holy Temple and the other Shrines of the War Knight were all detained in the castle square. The corpses of the Mike's family members were placed on the other side. Several Shrines of the War Shrines left the planet through the planet-level portal and reported the situation to the Lord of the War Shrines. Lord Ludwig didn't wait for the people from the War Temple. Instead, he waited for Chairman Gould and the other 8 legendary ranked lords. It wasn't that the other 2 lords didn't want to come, but they were already preparing to break through to the legendary rank. Chairman Gould descended from the sky and silently looked at the corpses on the square. His expression was extremely ugly. The actions of the Shrines of the War were once again a provocation to the aristocratic system. Lord Ludwig, we must get an explanation from the Shrines of the War. I have already sent letters in the name of the Supreme Council to the Shrines of Justice, Earthly Shrines, Knowledge, and Wealth Shrines. As long as we are in the right, the Shrines of the War must pay the price for this incident. Chairman Gould looked at Lord Ludwig and said in a deep voice, whether it was for the reputation of the aristocrats or for the interests of the Dawn Alliance, Chairman Gould would stand on Lord Ludwig's side. Similarly, the 8 legendary lords who came with Chairman Gould had also used practical actions to express their attitudes. It should be known that the legendary lords, including Chairman Gould, had now become the true core of the Supreme Council. This was also recognized by the Supreme Council. On the one hand, knights were respected by their strength, and the strength of a legendary knight was far greater than that of a knight of the temple. Hence, they would naturally be respected. On the other hand, almost all of the current legendary knights were close to Chairman Gould. That also allowed Chairman Gould's authority in the Supreme Council to increase infinitely. The known legendary knights included the first legendary knight in the great world of God, Legend Annabelle, followed by the 10 legendary lords and Lord Harlow. Even the legendary knights unknown to the outside world, namely the legendary knight clones of David, were 100% on the side of Chairman Gould. Of course, when the Supreme Council and perhaps the entire aristocratic circle were dividing the strength, they had intentionally or unintentionally excluded the name of Lord Arthur. This was mainly because Lord Arthur had exceeded the scope of a single person's strength. Lord Arthur alone was an enemy of the Shrines of War, and even the God of War could not do anything to him. Chairman Gould and everyone, thank you for coming. Lord Ludwig bowed and thanked them. Do you know why? Chairman Gould asked softly as he came to Lord Ludwig's side. In fact, all the lords present knew that there had to be some reason for the Shrines of War to send so many knights to encircle Mike's family. I've already sent people to investigate. Mike's family usually keeps a low profile. Who knew that they would suffer such a disaster? Lord Ludwig said with a shake of his head. The Lord Shrines, Archbishop McIntyre, stared coldly at Bishop Absalom. When he heard that a group of guardian priests had been detained in Mike's family by Lord Ludwig, he knew that something big had happened. Bishop Absalom was a newly promoted bishop under Archbishop McIntyre. and he was in charge of the guardian priests. Ever since the fall of the war shrines 3 times, the shrines of war were severely lacking in high-ranking officials, and the ones who replaced them were not experienced enough. Archbishop, there was an assassination attempt on Mike's family at the scene. You know that the relationship between the shrines and the supreme shrines is tense, and the death of Priest Johnston has a huge impact on the shrines, so I thought of sending the guardian priest to deal with this matter directly. There's a precedent for this. Bishop Absalom explained. Nonsense. When did the guardian priests deal with the matters of the nobles? The Supreme Council was obedient back then, and the nobles were under our control. Aren't you aggravating the conflict between the shrines and the Supreme Council by doing this? Archbishop McIntyre said with a headache. Archbishop McIntyre naturally knew what Bishop Absalom was thinking. The war shrines could not command the Supreme Council now, and even the Noble Affairs Office did not listen to the war shrines' orders. If the Supreme Council were to investigate the assassination of Priest Johnston, the final result would probably be nothing. Priest Johnston had a great reputation in the war shrines and was especially respected by the low-ranking shrines. If such a person was assassinated by a noble, there would be big trouble if the shrines did not react in time. It was just that Bishop Absalom did not discuss with Archbishop McIntyre before taking action, and hastily sent the guardian priests. Now, Lord Ludwig was asking for an explanation from the war shrines. Did Archbishop McIntyre have to go there personally for such a matter? Just as Archbishop McIntyre was speaking, a message was sent to his communication portal. He scanned it with his mind, and his expression changed again. Bishop Absalom, go to Gua Planet now and explain this matter to Lord Ludwig. You must communicate with me immediately during the conversation. Archbishop McIntyre ordered in a deep voice. Chapter 1194. In the sky, a knight sat on a golden eagle and flew into the square of the Mike family castle. At this time, the castle had no defenses, so the golden eagle was able to land under the square. The knight jumped down when the golden eagle was still 10 meters above the ground. The knight ignored the other lords present and went straight to Chairman Gould and bowed. Chairman, how's the investigation? Chairman Gould asked directly without introducing him to the lords next to him. This is all the relevant information, the knight said as he took out a stack of information from a space item and handed it over. Chairman Gould took the information, flipped through it casually, nodded, and waved to the knight. The knight jumped into the air after saluting, and the golden eagle caught the knight and flew into the sky. The lords present, including Lord Ludwig, did not ask much. Needless to say, this knight was a member of the intelligence organization. The intelligence system of the Dawn Alliance and the Supreme Council was in the hands of Chairman Gould. It could be said that Chairman Gould was the person who knew the most secrets in the great world of God. The intelligence system of the Dawn Alliance alone was the combination of the intelligence organizations of the 12 powerful aristocratic families, coupled with the intelligence system of the Supreme Council. As long as Chairman Gould wanted to know something, he could find it out through the intelligence organization. Chairman Gould waved his hand, and an energy shield surrounded all the lords as he said softly, Lord Ludwig, a major event happened on Ua Planet yesterday. Priest Johnston was assassinated. According to the information from the Shrines of War, there was a mark of the Mike family at the scene of the assassination. Priest Johnston? I've never heard of it. This method of framing is too naive. Could the Shrines of War have massacred the Mike family based on this? Lord Ludwig asked in disbelief. How could a premeditated assassination leave important material evidence at the scene? And it was even a family mark. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a framing act. You forgot that the people in charge of the Shrines of War now are not people who are good at affairs. Chairman Gould reminded as he shook his head lightly. Almost all of the capable priests and priests of the War Shrine had been killed by Overlord Arthur. Archbishop McIntyre, who was now in power, wasn't famous at all and didn't have any achievements. Even the bishops promoted by Archbishop McIntyre were extremely unfamiliar to the lords. It was not necessarily that the new managers of the Shrines of War were brainless, But many things that required experience could not be understood with wisdom. Needless to say, the feeling of bloating from a low level to a high level was enough to affect the judgment of a wise person. Also, Priest Johnston, who was assassinated, wasn't a nobody. He wrote many books about the temple and was an expert in theocracy. Although he wasn't famous among the nobles, he was extremely famous among the priests. Chairman Gould continued to explain. What? We can't just let the Shrines of War use this as an excuse. Lord Ludwig said as he shook his head. Shrines of Johnston were level 4 Sky Knight. The location of the 3 level 4 Sky Knights of the Mike family at the time of Shrines of Johnston's assassination, and the witnesses are all here to prove that there was no Sky Knight in the Mike family who had the time to assassinate Shrines of Johnston, Chairman Gould said lightly. Speaking of this, Chairman Gould had a strange smile on his face. Also, this information is for you. No matter who the Shrines of War send, this information will make them lose face. Chairman Gould said as he took out a copy of the information in his hand and handed it to Lord Ludwig. Lord Ludwig took the information and read it. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. The other lords were curious and also took the information. After reading it, they all had strange expressions. Bishop Absalom of the Shrines of War has come to visit Lord Ludwig. A voice came from outside the castle. In fact, when Bishop Absalom came in, the other lords all felt it. However, they were a little dissatisfied that the Shrines of War had sent a level 4 priest to deal with this matter, so they didn't get up to welcome him. They didn't expect a bishop to come. It was normal for a level 4 priest to become a bishop. In the past, the Shrines of War had also had level 4 priests become bishops, but they were all talents that were heavily nurtured. This unfamiliar level 4 priest didn't look young. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a talent. Bishop Absalom, please come in. Lord Ludwig didn't come out to welcome him. Instead, he activated his bloodline power and said in a deep voice. Bishop Absalom, who was standing at the entrance of the castle, was annoyed. He was a bishop of the Shrines of War and had high position. Lord Ludwig didn't give him any face at all. However, he was here to negotiate. He couldn't just turn around and leave before the negotiations even started. If he did, he wouldn't be able to answer to Archbishop McIntyre. Bishop Absalom looked at the 6 level 4 priests behind him. They were responsible for protecting him, but they probably couldn't even take on a single finger of Lord Ludwig's. However, with the current strength of the Shrines of War, it wasn't easy for them to send 6 level 4 knights. They couldn't just send a small number of knights to protect him. Bishop Absalom thought about the fact that he was a member of the Shrines of War and inwardly encouraged himself. No matter what, Lord Ludwig wouldn't dare touch a bishop of the Shrines of War. With that thought in mind, Bishop Absalom strode into the castle. As soon as he entered, he saw Bishop Johnston lying on the ground. Bishop Johnston was the only level 5 knight he had, but he didn't know if he was dead or alive. The other knights were still fine. They were all squatting on the ground like quails, not even daring to raise their heads when Bishop Absalom entered. Bishop Absalom frowned. He was extremely dissatisfied with these knights. These knights didn't have the slightest bit of dignity or courage. Just as his gaze swept past the corpses on the side and saw a few people sitting at the back, his body swayed a few times. If it wasn't for a level 4 heavenly priest behind him supporting him, he would have lost his self-control and collapsed on the spot. Bishop Absalom saw Chairman Gould and the 9 legendary lords, including Lord Ludwig. He finally understood why the knights didn't even dare to raise their heads. Not to mention the knights, any other knight wouldn't dare to raise their heads in front of 10 legendary knights. Bishop Absalom forced himself to calm down and began to comfort himself. It was only Chairman Gould who was here. The terrifying Lord Arthur wasn't here. Bishop Absalom found that he wasn't as afraid as he was before. Greetings, Chairman Gould, Lord Ludwig, and all the other lords. Bishop Absalom bowed. I'm only here with the other lords as witnesses. Bishop Absalom, please talk to Lord Ludwig. We'll just watch from the sidelines. Chairman Gould said with a wave of his hand. Chairman Gould showed no respect for Bishop Absalom. Bishop Absalom wasn't angry at all. In front of Chairman Gould, Bishop Absalom knew his place. Chairman Gould was the chairman of the Supreme Council. He was in charge of the Night Restriction Card. More importantly, he was a good friend of Lord Arthur. Bishop Absalom didn't dare to complain about Chairman Gould. Lord Ludwig, the Shrines of War captured Mike's family because of the assassination of Priest Mike Johnston. We have proof that Priest Johnston's family was the culprit. Please release all the priests. Bishop Absalom said in a deep voice. Priest Johnston's assassination. Is your so-called proof a piece of cloth with a mark on it? In other words, someone killed Priest Johnston and tore off their own clothes at the scene? Lord Ludwig asked in a mocking tone. Lord Ludwig, Bishop Johnston is a devout cleric. We found out that he had a conflict with the MacDonald family. It's not just the evidence left behind at the scene, Bishop Absalom said through gritted teeth. Bishop Absalom also realized that there were some problems with their evidence. But what was done was done. They couldn't say that they killed the wrong person. A group of inexperienced novices would inevitably make mistakes when encountering a case like this. In fact, the person who designed this case had also taken the situation of the War Temple into consideration, resulting in the current outcome. Priest Johnston is a pious priest. This is your pious priest. Look at what Priest Johnston has done. Lord Ludwig sneered as he tossed a report to Bishop Absalom. Bishop Absalom took the report and saw that Priest Johnston was keeping a group of women in captivity in a villa in the main city of Ua. These women were all missing from the main city. Bishop Absalom couldn't believe the report in his hand. How could Priest Johnston be such a person? How could a priest with such a deep understanding of theology be such a person? Do you need proof? Right now, the Noble Affairs Office, the main city's law enforcement team, and several noble representatives are all heading to the villa. Bishop Absalom, why don't you come with us to take a look? Lord Ludwig continued. This information was actually from Speaker Gould's intelligence organization after he became hostile with the Shrines of War. He ordered a comprehensive investigation of the Shrines of War. Every Shrines of War was investigated, and the Shrines of Ua's main city were naturally included. Priest Johnston's investigation was also part of the investigation. But since Speaker Gould didn't care, Johnston's information wouldn't be reported to him. After all, the number of Shrines of War was too large. There was too much darkness involved in it. I need to investigate further before I can give you an answer. But no matter what, there are always assassinations. The priests are only dealing with the assassins. Bishop Absalom said, a little lacking in confidence. I can provide the location of the Three Sky Knight from Mike's family at the scene of Priest Johnston's assassination. Bishop Absalom, you can also provide the corresponding evidence. I'll ask Speaker Gould to be the witness. If Bishop Absalom is still not satisfied, I can ask the archbishops of the other 4 shrines to help with the notarization. Lord Ludwig said in a deep voice. Wait a minute, Bishop Absalom. Since when can the Shrines of War kill nobles without a trial? Is it because the Shrines of War are used to dealing with nobles this way? Speaker Gould suddenly interjected. This sentence was very serious, and Bishop Absalom's face tensed up. Bishop Absalom couldn't answer. This operation was a revenge operation. If the relationship between the Shrines of War and the Supreme Council wasn't so tense, the Shrines of War wouldn't have acted alone. At the very least, they would have informed the Supreme Council. These Shrines of War will stay behind to conduct a fair trial. If the Shrines of War are still worried, they can send people to participate in the trial. Speaker Gould continued. Bishop Gould's words were decisive. Lord Ludwig looked grateful. This was because Speaker Gould had stepped forward to take care of these troublesome matters. Speaker Gould, do you represent the Supreme Council? Bishop Absalom asked after a long silence. I represent the Supreme Council. I represent myself. Or do you think I'm not qualified, Bishop Absalom? I can ask Lord Arthur to talk to you. Speaker Gould replied in a deep voice. When Speaker Gould mentioned Lord Arthur's name, Bishop Absalom felt dizzy. The most important thing for the Shrines of War recently was to not make an enemy of Lord Arthur. Anything related to Lord Arthur had to be done without provoking Lord Arthur. This was a prophecy from the god of war. Following this prophecy, the shrines of war's priests and priests were extremely afraid of Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur was someone who could make the god of war give in. In the hearts of the shrines of war's priests and priests, Lord Arthur was a demon who could oppose the god of war. This kind of evil that couldn't be exorcised, accompanied by a large number of the shrines of war who had fallen at the hands of Lord Arthur. This made Lord Arthur's evil name even more famous. Outsiders couldn't imagine the fear of Lord Arthur within the shrines of war. It was a fear that was comparable to their faith in the god of war. When Bishop Absalom heard that Lord Arthur was coming to talk to him, he didn't even realize that Speaker Gould was just speaking casually. His mind went blank. It wasn't just Bishop Absalom. The 6 high priests behind him also turned pale, and fear flashed in their eyes. Speaker Gould, Lord Ludwig, and the other lords looked at each other. They didn't think that Lord Arthur's name alone would cause such a reaction from the shrines of war's bishops and priests. How much did the priests and priests of the war temple fear over Lord Arthur for such a situation to occur? We need to go back and discuss this. It took Bishop Absalom a while to regain his composure. He hurriedly said a few words and left with the 6 level 4 priests. Chapter 1195. Priest Johnston's villa in the main city of Planet Ua was searched, and more than 30 women were rescued. Some of these women were nobles. At the entrance of the villa, all the nobles looked extremely gloomy. Nobles had many privileges, which were obtained through the hard work of their ancestors and themselves. However, an ordinary priest of the shrines of war had actually abducted so many nobles and commoners in the main city. This was an insult to the nobles' dignity. If Priest Johnston was not already dead, the Aristocratic Affairs Office and the law enforcement team would have wanted to kill him again at the shrines of war. More than 30 women were sent away, and a large number of land deeds were found in the villa, as well as many treasures. The law enforcement team found many recorded treasures among the treasures. At the very least, some of the treasures in this batch were dirty. Just this batch of recorded treasures was involved in nearly 100 cases. In addition to the women from before, Priest Johnston was a super thief hidden in the main city of Planet Ua. Under the intentional promotion of the Supreme Council, the case of Priest Johnston spread throughout the noble circle and continued to spread to the general public. On the other hand, in the shrines of the Lord of War, Archbishop McIntyre was extremely dissatisfied with Priest Johnston after hearing Bishop Absalom's report. However, Priest Johnston was already dead, and there was no point in pursuing the matter. "You may leave first. I'll handle this." Archbishop McIntyre waved his hand and asked Bishop Absalom to leave. He was very disappointed in Bishop Absalom's ability. Not to mention the other priests, at least the Knight of the Leon Shrine had to be brought back. However, Archbishop McIntyre did not consider that after hearing that Chairman Gould had personally intervened, he had chosen to let Bishop Absalom handle the matter. Wasn't that an act of shirking his responsibility? Archbishop McIntyre flashed into the public space fragment and activated the array within. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the mental avatars of the other 4 archbishops arrived one after another. According to the usual agreement, after activating the array, they had to respond within 5 minutes. If the other 4 archbishops summoned them, they would enter the public space fragment within 2 minutes at most. Archbishop McIntyre did not express any dissatisfaction with the 4 archbishops' tardiness. He knew that his position had yet to be recognized by the 4 archbishops. "I need the help of the 4 archbishops," Archbishop McIntyre said straightforwardly. For tens of thousands of years, the 5 shrines have been helping each other and facing all kinds of troubles together. Archbishop McIntyre's request was not too abrupt. It was just that the god of war did not discuss the matters with the shrines of war, so the shrines of war and the 4 shrines were estranged. "Tell me, what is it?" Archbishop Barney asked. "The Supreme Council has detained a knight of the Leon Shrines and a group of clerics for trial. I hope that the 4 archbishops can intervene and stop the trial. The Supreme Council has no right to try the clerics of the shrines." Archbishop McIntyre replied. Archbishop McIntyre, are you talking about the matter of Priest Johnston? Archbishop Adele interjected. There was an obvious look of disgust on Archbishop Adele's face. Just a moment ago, she had ordered the Shrines of Wealth to destroy all of Priest Johnston's books. She could not tolerate a priest like Johnston's blasphemy. Yes, but the Knight of the Leon Shrine and those clerics were responsible for investigating the assassination of Priest Johnston. They had nothing to do with Priest Johnston's actions. Archbishop McIntyre felt Archbishop Adele's attitude and hurriedly explained. Don't mention this again. It makes me sick. How could the Shrines of War allow such a priest to exist? Archbishop Adele waved her hand and said. As she spoke, Archbishop Adele's spiritual avatar disappeared. She had directly left the public space fragment. Let's discuss this matter again, Archbishop Barney said. After saying that, Archbishop Barney and the other two archbishops also left the public space fragment. Archbishop McIntyre could not help but be stunned. He never thought that the four archbishops would have such a big reaction. Actually, the four archbishops could not be blamed for this. Priest Johnston had now become the representative of the scum among the clerics. Priest Johnston was like a disgusting pile of feces. Anyone who had anything to do with him would be contaminated by his feces. David continued to train in Kami Star, but received an invitation from the Supreme Council to go to the Shining Star to participate in the trial of the Knight of the Leon Shrine and the 86 Shrines of War. Of course, it was not for him to judge these clerics, but for him to observe. If it were anything else, David could decline, but this matter was obviously an escalation of the conflict between the Supreme Council and the Shrines of War. He had to go and show his support. David had also heard about the matter of Priest Johnston. Putting aside the crimes that Priest Johnston had committed, there were too many suspicious points about his assassination attempt. Because of a suspicious case, the Shrines of War massacred Mike's family. This behavior could be considered a huge conflict with the nobles. Previously, the arrest of Lord Arthur and the death of Chairman Gould and the three lords could have ended because the archbishop who gave the order had died. However, this time, it happened when Archbishop McIntyre was still alive. 3 days after the massacre of Mike's family, the trial was held on the Shining Star. The reason why it was so fast was that the Supreme Council did not want to delay and cause other changes. David appeared on the Shining Star in a luxurious robe with the black dragon Alexis sitting on his shoulder and the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit behind him. Greetings, Lord Arthur. Because this incident was related to Lord Ludwig, he personally came to the planet-level teleportation gate to welcome David. Perhaps others did not know, but Lord Ludwig and the other members of the Dawn Alliance were very clear that Lord Arthur's departure from the Kami Star was risky. Lord Arthur's enemies were the gods. Although the trouble between Lord Arthur and the God of War was temporarily resolved, no one could be sure if the God of War was looking for an opportunity to ambush Lord Arthur. Besides, the other four gods seemed to be friendly with Lord Arthur on the surface, but as long as there was a chance, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. On the other hand, Lord Arthur was the most loyal friend to Lord Ludwig and the entire Dawn Alliance. Now, the 10 legendary level knights of the Dawn Alliance were all promoted because of Lord Arthur. With this relationship, the other members of the Dawn Alliance also wanted to welcome him, but they were worried that it would attract the attention of the shrines if the scene was too big. Lord Ludwig, we meet again. David smiled and returned the greeting. Knights of the Holy Spirit, welcome. You came at the right time. This time, the Shrines of War will send people to watch the trial. With Knights of the Holy Spirit there, it will also have a deterrent effect. Lord Ludwig saw the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit behind David and said while saluting Knights of the Holy Spirit. Under the guidance of Lord Ludwig, David boarded the alchemy carriage. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit floated behind the alchemy carriage, acting as a guard. This made Lord Ludwig feel very uncomfortable sitting in the carriage. Anyone who knew that there was a demigod behind the carriage would not feel comfortable sitting in it. The Glittering Star main city was not much different from the last time David had been here. It was just as lively and the figures of nobles could be seen everywhere on the streets. Today, many nobles have come to watch the trial. In order to let these nobles see the trial in real time, the chairman ordered people to build a real-time illusion array at the square to transmit the scene of the trial. Lord Ludwig explained to David with a smile. The nobles were elites who had received heritage education. They all understood one thing. This trial of the Shrines of War organized by the Supreme Council was the first time in history that a noble would try Shrines of War. This made history. In order to witness history, the nobles had rushed to the glittering star main city to watch this extremely meaningful trial. Regardless of the outcome of the trial, the status of nobles and shrines had changed. David met most of the members of the Dawn Alliance in the hall of the Supreme Council. Only 2 lords were still in seclusion. Greetings, Lord Arthur. Greetings, Knights of the Holy Spirit. All the members of the Dawn Alliance, including Chairman Gould, greeted David in unison. Chairman Gould and David's friendship did not require formalities in private, but in public, Chairman Gould still maintained a respectful attitude towards David. Although Chairman Gould's status was higher in the great world of God, there was one thing that was recognized, and that was that strength was respected. Lord Arthur's strength was that of a demigod, and he had the battle record of defeating the god of war. With such a battle record, it was normal to express respect towards Lord Arthur. They also knew that Lord Arthur had mobilized 3 god-level powerhouses to fight to a draw with the god of war. This had greatly increased David's status. In the eyes of the nobles in the know, Lord Arthur was a force that was equal to the Shrines of War, at least in the short term. If the god of war could not defeat Lord Arthur's force, then Lord Arthur would be the 6th force in the great world of God. The lords present were not surprised that Lord Arthur had brought along the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. With such a powerful bodyguard, those who wanted to go against Lord Arthur would have to consider whether they could deal with 2 demigods at the same time. Greetings, lords. David smiled and returned the greeting. It was not that he had not seen these lords before, but they were not as close as they were now. This was also the first time that David had met most of the members here after the establishment of the Dawn Alliance. Lord Arthur, on behalf of all the lords here, I thank you for your efforts. Without your efforts, all the lords here would not be able to advance to the legendary rank. Lord Darrell stood up and bowed. The other lords followed suit, including Speaker Gould and Lord Ludwig. David accepted the salute. This was the gratitude he deserved. Our predecessors had paid too much to break through to level 5. They all failed. Only we were lucky enough to meet Lord Arthur. Lord Darrell said with a smile on his face when he saw David accept the gratitude. Almost all the lords present showed a look of reminiscence. In the records of all the top nobles, there were efforts to advance to the legendary rank. After 10,000 years, Temple Knights of the 5th rank turned into living corpses one after another, and finally died at death's door. Only those who had experienced that kind of pain would be grateful for their current achievements from the bottom of their hearts. The 13 legendary rank lords here had become the role models for the knights of the great world of God. With their leadership, more legendary knights would appear. Although the current legendary rank still relied on David's red wine as the foundation, there were more and more knights who could break through to the legendary rank at any time. With the premise of the legendary knight cultivation method, even without David's help, the legendary rank would not become a stumbling block on the road of knights. It was very difficult for a level 4 Sky Knight to advance to a level 5 Temple Knight. But as long as there was hope, there would be a knight who would succeed. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The last 2 members of our Dawn Alliance should have successfully advanced to the legendary rank. Speaker Gould received a message and announced with a smile, "What day to celebrate? I really hope we can have a drink." Lord Ludwig said excitedly as he waved his hand. The Dawn Alliance, formed by the 15 lords, had all advanced to the legendary rank. Although there were some troubles along the way, with the help of a super resource like the red wine, they had achieved a miracle of 100% advancement. "This drink is on me." David smiled and waved his hand. Crystal wine glasses flew out from the space pendant. The glasses were filled with the red wine. However, no one could bear to open their mouths and drink the red wine. This kind of resource was too important for their cultivation. The best way to consume this red wine was to drink it before cultivating the dawn cultivation method. Now that Speaker Gould was in charge of distributing the red wine, other than drinking a glass when they advanced, they could only wait for a period of time to stabilize their foundation before drinking a glass to increase their strength. This glass is a celebration. I prepared a barrel of red wine as my support for the Dawn Alliance. David could tell what the nobles were thinking, so he tossed a small wooden bucket to Chairman Gould and said, "Let's go. Haha, drink. I've long wanted to taste this red wine, but it's a pity that I have to enter a state of cultivation every time I drink it. I can't even taste this kind of delicacy," Lord Ludwig said with a laugh. The other lords did not insist and poured the red wine into their mouths. For a moment, there was no sound in the hall. Everyone was immersed in the impact of the red wine on their hearts and souls. Chapter 1196. The courtroom was in a separate hall of the Supreme Council. The chief judge today was an old judge with 60 years of judicial experience and was highly respected in the field of judges. The chief judge was known for being impartial, and even if the case involved the top nobles, he would still do it according to the law. If the chief judge were to step in, the Shrines of War would have nothing to say. Due to the fact that today's case was rather special, there were 4 other judges beside the chief judge, forming a panel of judges. The final verdict of the trial would be decided by the panel of judges. The courtroom was a special department of the Supreme Council that was strictly independent and did not accept orders from even the chairman. Lord Ludwig has arrived. Chairman Gould of the Supreme Council has arrived. Archbishop McIntyre of the War Shrines has arrived. As the announcements were made, important figures appeared one after another, making the nobles in the square who were watching the live broadcast of the illusion array exclaim in awe. Archbishop McIntyre walked into the courtroom with the announcement. Initially, he did not want to come, but this time it concerned the reputation of the Shrines of War. Once the shrines were judged guilty, they would become the first shrines in history to be judged guilty by the court of nobles. Being the first was not a good thing, and he would also go down in history as an archbishop. Archbishop McIntyre came to the courtroom personally to put pressure on the panel of judges. Unfortunately, the other 4 shrines did not come. Otherwise, the trial could have been canceled directly. "Look, that's the archbishop of that rogue shrines, Johnston." Archbishop McIntyre, who had just sat down, heard the discussions below and almost flew into a rage. Since when would a respected priestess be called a hooligan by others? However, Archbishop McIntyre could not get angry here because there were too many pairs of eyes watching him. It was not just the courtroom, but also the large square outside, where thousands of nobles were watching the trial. What Shrine Johnston had done was too infuriating, and Archbishop McIntyre could not do anything about it, even if he wanted to reprimand the speaker. "The great Lord Arthur has arrived." Another announcement sounded. Speaker Gould was the first to stand up to show his respect. All the nobles in the courtroom stood up. Archbishop McIntyre was filled with hatred. On the one hand, no one had told him that Lord Arthur would appear here. If he had known that the Lord Arthur would be here, he would never have come here, even if he was beaten to death. On the other hand, Archbishop McIntyre could also tell that the order of appearance was specially arranged by the Supreme Council. The fact that he, the Archbishop, was placed at the front and Lord Arthur at the back meant that Lord Arthur's status was more important. Generally speaking, in formal occasions, the order of appearance was not too important, but the last person to appear would definitely be the person with the most distinguished status. Everyone in the courtroom stood up. Archbishop McIntyre was especially eye-catching as he sat alone in his seat. David didn't want to be so high-profile, but this was Speaker Gould's request. What he didn't know was that ever since Speaker Gould saw how disheveled Archbishop Absalom was when he heard Lord Arthur's name that day, he had decided to invite Lord Arthur to watch the trial. Speaker Gould was also worried that the Shrines of War would play some tricks, but with Lord Arthur present, the possibility of that would be greatly reduced. David strode into the courtroom, and as soon as he appeared, Archbishop McIntyre stood up uncontrollably. Archbishop McIntyre didn't know why he stood up involuntarily when he saw David. However, Archbishop McIntyre knew that his heart was racing, his hands were sweating, his scalp was numb, and his back was cold. All of that meant that he was in extreme fear. His fear of Lord Arthur came from the god of war, who had used a prophecy to express his intention to reconcile with Lord Arthur. Archbishop McIntyre's faith was extremely firm, or else he wouldn't have been chosen as an archbishop by the god of war. Firm faith came from the heart, and Lord Arthur was powerful enough to make the god of war back down. In Archbishop McIntyre's heart, Lord Arthur was the source of his fear. Archbishop McIntyre finally managed to calm himself down, but he couldn't sit down now, as that would be too deliberate. He could only continue to stand and welcome Lord Arthur. David also saw Archbishop McIntyre, and his gaze swept across the scepter in Archbishop McIntyre's hand. He had a few of those in his collection. He could sense Archbishop McIntyre's fear. Perhaps in the eyes of the priests and shrines of war, he was the most evil existence. Unfortunately, even the god of war's divine light spell couldn't affect him, because even the gods couldn't designate him as evil. Archbishop McIntyre felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast, and he only felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, David didn't look at him for too long before moving his gaze away. Otherwise, he really didn't know if he would have been able to persevere. Archbishop McIntyre's fear was also due to his strength. He was only at level 5, and it was normal for him to be fearful when facing the demigod Lord Arthur due to their hostile relationship. All these reasons added up to form a situation of extreme fear. David sat down, and the nobles in the courtroom followed suit. Archbishop McIntyre's legs turned to jelly, and he returned to his seat. In the square outside, the thousands of nobles saw Archbishop McIntyre of the War Shrines stand up to welcome Lord Arthur when he arrived. When Lord Arthur looked at Archbishop McIntyre lowered his head, not daring to meet Lord Arthur's gaze. This caused the nobles in the square to start a discussion. Archbishop McIntyre's status was not ordinary. The Archbishop of the War Shrines represented the War Shrines. Did this mean that the War Shrines bowed their heads to Lord Arthur? The nobles had always been suppressed by the shrines, and now there was finally resistance. Lord Arthur was the most successful example of resistance. Now that they could see it with their own eyes, the nobles were very excited. When the chief judge walked into the courtroom, everyone had to stand up to show respect for the law. However, there was no such procedure today because there were many existences that transcended the law. Bring in the person on trial, the chief judge said in a deep voice. The chief judge's order was passed down, and time passed slowly, but the priest on trial was still not brought in. David felt that something was wrong. The trial should have been prepared long ago, and the priest on trial should have been brought in less than a minute. However, a few minutes had passed, and there was still no news. He immediately released his consciousness, and soon discovered that a few knights of the enforcement tribunal were checking on the Knight of Leon Temple. In his senses, the Knight of Leon Temple was already dead. David shook his head. There was no need to check further. The Knight of Leon Temple had already been dead for some time. This was because at such a distance, if the Knight of Leon Temple had just died, the soul of the Knight of Leon Temple would have been absorbed by the shadow attendant. Report: the Knight of Leon Temple is dead. The enforcement knight rushed in and reported to the chief judge. This accident shocked all the nobles in the courtroom, as well as Archbishop McIntyre. Archbishop McIntyre did not care about anything else. He stood up and turned to look at Chairman Gould. The Knight of Leon Temple was under the custody of the Supreme Council. If he died at this time, of course the Supreme Council would have to look for him. Lock down the Radiant Main City. No one is allowed to leave the Radiant Main City. All enforcement knight, move out. Chairman Gould ordered loudly with a sullen expression. Archbishop McIntyre glared at Chairman Gould coldly. He wanted to say something harsh, but considering that Lord Arthur was there, he simply glared at him before turning around to leave. Although Chairman Gould had ordered the lockdown of the Radiant Main City, he could not stop Archbishop McIntyre from leaving. Due to the fact that this was the Radiant Star, where the Supreme Council was located, the nobles in the square and the residents of the main city were not too worried, even though Chairman Gould had announced the lockdown of the city. Instead, they were curious about the bizarre case that had happened in front of them. "Take me to the scene. I'll see if I can help," David said softly as he walked towards Chairman Gould. David initially did not want to intervene, but he could tell that if the murderer was not found, the matter might put the Supreme Council in a passive situation. Although the other shrines did not stop the trial of the shrines, it was only because the cause of the matter was too dirty and the 4 shrines did not want to get involved. However, if the Supreme Council did not handle the murder of the Knight of the Leon Sacred Temple well, the 5 shrines would probably make a big fuss about it. "Sorry to trouble you," Chairman Gould said softly, knowing that David was special. He personally brought David to the place where the Knight of the Leon Sacred Temple was being held. In order to maintain the fairness of the trial, we did not intervene when the Knight of the Leon Sacred Temple and the other 86 knights were sent here. They were all taken over by the enforcement knight of the court, Chairman Gould explained to David. David nodded to express his understanding. His spirit enveloped Little White in the small world of his soul space and brought it to his wrist. Little White had now reached level 3, which was completely due to a large number of precious resources. However, Little White was very small in the first place, and the resources it could swallow were limited. Hence, even with a large number of precious resources, it could only reach level 3. However, since Little White could barely reach level 1, it could be said that it had broken through the shackles of many races by advancing to level 3. David didn't have any requirements for Little White, so he went along with it and didn't force it to improve. Today, the Knight of the Leon Sacred Temple was killed. If David were to analyze everyone in the main city with his strong spiritual power, it would be too troublesome. Hence, it would be more convenient for Little White to find the murderer. Little White, who had not been out for a long time, did not grow much. Its body length was just around David's wrist. Little White, sense if there are any powerful people near this corpse and find the aura. David instructed Little White. When Little White was at level 1, it could rely on its sensing of aura to conduct long-distance tracking. Now that Little White had reached level 3, it still did not have any other talents. The only talent it had was its sensing of aura, but its sensing ability had increased by a lot. Little White broke down the aura and identified the aura one by one. Soon, Little White called out to David, and David nodded. "Gould," Little White said that a level 5 powerhouse came here. "He should be the murderer." David said to Chairman Gould, "Please find him." Chairman Gould said, relieved. "Little White, lead the way." David patted Little White on his wrist lightly and instructed. Little White followed the direction of the aura and led them out of the courtroom. David used the Stalker Crown to hide his aura and flew out silently according to the guidance. Chairman Gould felt that David's aura disappeared and knew that he did not want to disturb the murderer. He wanted to catch the murderer alive. Bishop Jeffers was very proud. He came to the Shining Star City and found an opportunity to kill the Knight of Leon Temple, completing the task of the God of Fear. He was already calculating how much grace he would get from the God of Fear after completing the task successfully. Now that the God of Fear had awakened, Bishop Jeffers felt that the day of reviving the faith of the God of Fear had come. To be honest, Bishop Jeffers was not a strict assassin. He did not have the powerful hiding ability of the followers of the God of Shadow. However, the awakening of the God of Fear brought him several kinds of divine spells that affected the mind. For example, in today's assassination, Bishop Jeffers could not get close to the Knight of Leon Temple without disturbing the guards. However, Bishop Jeffers could use divine spells to affect the minds of the guards and make them leave their posts for a short time, which made it easy for him to kill the knight. The power of the Knight of Leon Temple was sealed, and Bishop Jeffers killed him with just a finger. The Supreme Council had to thank for the fact that the assassination of the Knight of Leon Temple had been handed over to the Knight of Law Enforcement of the court. The Supreme Council probably did not expect that someone would be so bold as to commit murder in the Shining Star City, especially in the court. At this moment, Bishop Jeffers was standing in the middle of the square, surrounded by nobles. On the surface, he was also a baron, a true baron. Of course, this baron status was obtained through some means. Due to the fact that he did not have a bloodline, the baron status was just a title with some aristocratic privileges. However, it would not be recognized by the real bloodline nobles. However, that was enough to allow Bishop Jeffers to enter the Shining Star easily. Due to the conflict between the Supreme Council and the shrines, the investigation of the followers of the Diablo had lost the support of the shrines. That was also the reason why he could sneak into the Shining Star easily. As for the fact that the Shining Star City was now sealed off, Bishop Jeffers was not worried at all. His mentality was the same as that of the nobles around him. Everyone knew that such a blockade could not be maintained for long. The thousands of nobles here would be affected greatly if they were to stay here for a long time. Chapter 1197. Bishop Jeffers stood in the middle of the square, and he was talking excitedly with the nobles beside him about what had happened in the courtroom. He behaved like an ordinary noble, and his facial expression and voice had blended in with the nobles in this area. As a believer of the god of fear, Bishop Jeffers slightly emitted waves that could control people's hearts so that the nobles around him wouldn't realize that he had just joined the conversation. Instead, they would think that he had been there for a long time. "It's Lord Arthur, the invincible knight," someone in the square suddenly yelled, especially the nobles who were knights. Their expressions were close to madness. Bishop Jeffers was shocked. The believers of the god of evil were in awe of Lord Arthur from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Arthur was currently the only strong person who could have a feud with the Shrines of War and still be free from the influence of the Shrines of War. Even the Shrines of War were trying to ease their relationship with him. This was extremely unimaginable for a veteran believer of the god of evil like Bishop Jeffers, who had been dealing with the shrines for thousands of years. The power of the shrines had suppressed all the believers of the god of evil for tens of thousands of years, and they had to hide carefully. Lord Arthur could still appear in public so openly after killing 2 shrines of the Shrines of War. Bishop Jeffers carefully hid his aura as much as possible, and a small necklace on his body flashed with a ray of light. The waves on his body were restrained under his skin, and the skin on his face became more realistic. Although he didn't know what Lord Arthur was doing here, Bishop Jeffers was still prepared for the worst. He didn't believe that Lord Arthur could trace him because he was confident that he had done it secretly. The killing of the Knight of Leon Temple ended before the trial began, and Lord Arthur hadn't arrived at that time. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that he would attract the attention of the Supreme Council if he left before the trial, Bishop Jeffers wouldn't have stayed behind. David's feet didn't touch the ground. He was floating 30 centimeters above the ground. Under Little White's guidance, he found the plaza. The nobles in the square naturally recognized David's identity from the mark on his noble robe. This was knowledge that every noble had to learn. On formal occasions, almost all nobles would wear clothing with a coat of arms for identification purposes. David was there to attend the trial of the Supreme Council, and he was wearing the robe of the Luce family. Although there were thousands of nobles in the square, their professional etiquette allowed them to bow respectfully after seeing David, despite the initial excitement and confusion. David scanned the thousands of nobles with his spirit. Little White had already accurately pointed out the location of his target. Therefore, he discovered Bishop Jeffers with his mind. Bishop Jeffers' aura was very strange. He seemed to be an ordinary person, but under his spiritual perception, he felt that he was fake. At the same time, David also sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of a divine artifact. It was an artifact that had yet to be fully controlled. Bishop Jeffers reckoned that he shouldn't be the true owner of the artifact. Hence, he didn't achieve the perfect effect when using the artifact. There were too many nobles there, and David didn't want the surrounding nobles to get hurt because he was trying to catch the murderer. As soon as he exerted his mental energy slightly, A terrifying power silently took effect on Bishop Jeffers' fifth-grade body. At this moment, Bishop Jeffers was also bowing to Lord Arthur like the surrounding nobles. He had an artifact with him, and didn't think that he would be discovered so easily. Hence, he didn't think of resisting, either. However, just as he bowed, he felt a huge force suddenly appear. This force came from all directions at the same time. Bishop Jeffers' body stiffened. At this moment, he was like a person who had been stuffed into a rock, surrounded by rocks that he couldn't resist. He had no choice but to maintain his original posture. David entered the square with a smile, and all the nobles in the straight line in front of him immediately stood aside. It was also at this moment that Bishop Jeffers showed his uniqueness all of a sudden. The rest of the nobles spread out and made a wide path, but only Bishop Jeffers remained in his bowing position, not moving at all. The nobles present were not stupid. With Lord Arthur's sudden appearance and this person's strange behavior, the nobles realized something. With Bishop Jeffers and Lord Arthur at the center, the nobles spread out and formed a circle. David flew in front of Bishop Jeffers and reached out with one hand to gently remove a necklace from Bishop Jeffers' neck. His mental strength entered the necklace, and he discovered that there was a strand of divine sense in the array of ownership. He didn't know which god it was. Faced with such a situation, David didn't want to do anything here. He casually put the necklace into his spatial pendant. After losing the divine artifact necklace, Bishop Jeffers could no longer hide his aura. A terrifying aura with a bloody smell was emitted from Bishop Jeffers' body. Also because of the loss of the divine artifact necklace, Bishop Jeffers' original appearance was also revealed. As an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, Bishop Jeffers had tried his best to use sacrifices to survive. The price was that his body was full of a rotten aura, and his skin was like tree bark. It's a believer of the evil god. What a strong evil aura. I'm afraid he has reached level 5. The knight among the nobles exclaimed. David grabbed Bishop Jeffers and nodded slightly at the surrounding nobles, and said, "Sorry to disturb you, everyone. This is the murderer of the person being interrogated. I need to bring him back to the Supreme Council." He rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Supreme Council. This is the Invincible Knight. The level 5 believer of the evil god can't even resist in front of him. Even a demigod is weak in front of Lord Arthur, let alone a level 5 believer of the evil god. It's said that the nobles in the square began discussing enthusiastically again. The scene that appeared in front of them this time gave them something to talk about. David flew into the Supreme Council and threw Bishop Jeffers to Chairman Gould. He's the one who killed the knight of the Leon's Sacred Temple. David said as he pointed at Bishop Jeffers, "I won't thank you. I'll calculate your contribution according to the corresponding contribution later. Let me see who this is." Chairman Gould said without standing on ceremony. There was information about all the known believers of the evil god in the Supreme Council's database. An old monster like Bishop Jeffers would naturally have information about him. It's actually a believer of the level 5 evil god, Jeffers. Previously, there were signs that the god he believed in had awakened. It seems to be true now. Chairman Gould confirmed after some identification. It was not that there was anything wrong with the information of the Supreme Council that required such a long time to identify. It was just that the face of Bishop Jeffers was very difficult to identify. After repeated sacrifices, he would receive the feedback of the god to extend his lifespan. At the same time, he would also gradually become inhuman. Will the trial continue? David asked, not wanting to leave Planet Gammy for a long time. Of course, I'll go through the Shrines of War. The trial will continue in an hour regardless of whether they send people to observe. Chairman Gould said with a nod. If the murderer had not been caught, the Supreme Council might not have been able to continue the trial. However, Bishop Jeffers had already been caught, and the murderer had nothing to do with the Supreme Council. Instead, he was an enemy of the shrines. Hence, the trial would naturally continue. They couldn't let the members of Mike's family die in vain. Currently, the massacre of Mike's family had already attracted the attention of nobles. No matter what, they had to give Mike's family an explanation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to appease the anger of the nobles. The Shrines of War had made a terrible start. If they could massacre the entire family of a noble just because they received inaccurate information, would the nobles of the great world of God still be safe? Although the nobles hadn't reacted too strongly at the moment, that was because the Supreme Council had done a good job. The nobles just had to support the Supreme Council. David didn't ask about the interrogation of Bishop Jeffers. Since he had already caught him, he would leave the rest to the professionals. What he needed to do was to find a quiet place and wait for the trial to resume. After David asked Chairman Gould to find a quiet place, Chairman Gould got Stewart Hayes to bring David to a quiet place while Chairman Gould left with Bishop Jeffers. Stewart Hayes brought David to the chairman's office, which was spacious. When Chairman Gould was not around, it was definitely the quietest place in the entire Supreme Council. "Lord Arthur, you may let me know if you have any requests. I'll be right outside the door," Stewart Hayes said with a smile as he bowed. He then backed out of the room. David took out the necklace from his space pendant. As soon as he did, he felt that the necklace in his hand was being driven by a force that was trying to break free from his hand. The force was extremely strange. Not only did it have enough power to make a level 5 powerhouse lose his grip, it also contained a bewitching energy. Unfortunately, it met David, and the power and energy contained in it couldn't shake him at all. However, it also let him know that the owner of the artifact seemed to have discovered something unusual, and thus wanted to take it back. The gods were actually not too worried about losing their artifacts, because the spiritual will that recognized them as the owner was very difficult to get rid of. If the god wasn't asleep, the spiritual will in the artifact would have a certain degree of attacking power. "Who are you?" A spiritual will came out of the necklace. It was an arrogant voice that looked down on all living things, as if it was speaking to the ants below from high up in the sky. "Who are you?" David didn't like the attitude of the other party, so he asked back. This artifact necklace was in his hands. Even if a god came to him directly with a divine body, he wouldn't return it. Now David had such confidence that he wasn't afraid of any god. "I am your nightmare, the source of your fear." The voice from a spiritual was louder and weirder. "It's the god of fear. Do you dare to tell me where you are? I'll go and find you now." David replied lightly. The god of fear obviously didn't expect David to say that, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The god of fear really didn't dare to do David's request. Of course, the god of fear wouldn't accept such a loss. After David said his name, he was looking for the communication channel that led to David. The spiritual will in the artifact necklace hadn't been replenished with the power of faith for a long time, so it could exert very little power. Therefore, the god of fear wanted to use the opportunity of David calling his name directly and give David a divine punishment through the communication channel created by calling his name. However, the god of fear found the communication channel and found that it was abnormal. It was not an ordinary communication channel. This communication channel showed that the other party's soul was not weaker than his. If the god of fear wanted to attack David remotely through the communication channel created by his name, he was likely to be attacked by David's soul. "Who are you?" This time, the god of fear repeated the first question, but his attitude had changed greatly. "I'm Arthur Luce. If the god of fear is interested in meeting me, then I will find a way to find you," David replied in a deep voice. The god of fear immediately thought of who Arthur Luce was. Wasn't he the existence that made the god of storm lose his last shrines? It was known that the last shrines of the god of storm were protected by the god of storm. Anyone who wanted to attack the shrines had to face the god of storm's body first. In addition, the shrines were an extension of the small world of the god of storm. In terms of rules and environment, it was beneficial to the god of storm. In this case, Lord Arthur still defeated the god of storm and took down the shrines of storm. This meant that Lord Arthur's combat power was enough to be regarded as a strong demigod. Not to mention that Lord Arthur was followed by a black dragon. The black dragon was a real god-level life. The god of fear made a decision in his heart. He didn't want to be an enemy of such an existence at all. and he didn't want his shrines to be destroyed by Lord Arthur at all. It turns out to be the great Lord Arthur. This phantom necklace is my previous work. I give it to you to appreciate. I hope you like it. The god of fear changed his tone, and there was a trace of enthusiasm in his voice. Then there was a spatial fluctuation in the phantom necklace. David could intercept this spatial fluctuation, but he didn't do so. After all, the god of fear was a god who didn't have any grudges with him. There was no need to be so ruthless. Just like just now, after David caught Bishop Jeffers, the 5th level bishop, he didn't ask Bishop Jeffers to tell him the location of the shrines of the god of fear. The evil god had existed in the great world of God for tens of thousands of years. Who knew what kind of means he had or what kind of friends he had? Unless it was a last resort, as long as the evil god didn't take the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't be an enemy. Chapter 1198. David was playing with the phantom necklace. After losing the recognition of the god of fear, his spirit easily entered the recognition circle so that the phantom necklace completely belonged to him. The phantom necklace could change one's appearance and breath at will, and it also had a certain effect on hiding breath. If it was used together with the stalker's crown, the effect would be better. David didn't need to change his appearance, let alone a demigod. Even an ordinary knight could change his muscles to a certain extent so as to achieve the purpose of changing his appearance. But changing breath was a bit special. Breath was equivalent to a person's business card, representing that person. Changing breath meant that he could pretend to be someone. David had never seen the phantom necklace in books. Maybe it was because he didn't read enough books, but it was more likely that this artifact had never been made public. Once the effect of this artifact was made public, people would be on guard against it. David didn't need anything else. He didn't need to change his breath and pretend to be someone else. The only function he needed was to hide his breath so that the rules of the world from the great world of God couldn't accurately locate him. Now, no matter where he was, he had to wear the stalker's crown to prevent the god of war from finding his exact location. On the other side, the god of fear took back his divine thoughts. He was still a little scared. Losing the 5th level Bishop Jeffers was nothing. The god of fear had always spread his faith well. It was not difficult to cultivate another 5th level bishop by consuming some power of faith and giving some divine grace. The god of fear was afraid that if he continued to be tough, Lord Arthur could definitely get the position of shrines of fear from the 5th level Bishop Jeffers. Just like the unlucky god of storm, he couldn't even keep the last shrines. However, in the eyes of the god of fear, the god of storm asked for it. The followers of the god of storm found the wrong place to sacrifice. They sacrificed the people of the Lord Arthur in the territory of Lord Arthur. It was normal for Lord Arthur and the god of storm to fight to the death. The conversation between the god of fear and Lord Arthur was very short, but in this short time, the god of fear learned about Lord Arthur's temper. That was a lawless guy who dared to fight a god face to face. The most terrifying thing was that he really had the strength to do so. Lord Arthur and the Black Dragon Alexis. Anyway, the god of fear didn't want to be enemies with him. The god of fear couldn't enter the main world of the great world of God with his divine body. Therefore, if he was to be enemies with Lord Arthur, he would only be in a passive state. The more the god of fear thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. With a thought, he made a decision. Bishop Jeffers was tied to a special chair, and his hands, neck, and feet were tied with special chains. These chains were full of patterns, and, at this time, the patterns were shining, making it impossible for Bishop Jeffers to mobilize even a trace of energy. These chains were specially made by the Supreme Council to deal with the strong, and they couldn't be used easily. They had to be operated together with the pattern array of the whole room in order to restrict the energy in Bishop Jeffers' body. Bishop Jeffers, tell me, why did you assassinate a knight of the Leon Sanctum? You haven't committed many crimes in the past 1,000 years, and it's even rarer for you to be a killer. Chairman Gould asked in a deep voice. Chairman Gould had the information of Bishop Jeffers. This believer of a level 5 evil god was extremely low-key, and he didn't take action many times. Hence, although there was a warrant for Bishop Jeffers' arrest, there weren't many merit points. With the strength of a level 5 bishop, the merit points on the wanted warrant weren't enough to make the powerhouses take action. That was also Bishop Jeffers' means of survival. Every time he took action, he would carefully calculate the impact on himself so as not to let the merit points on his bounty reach a dangerous level. Chairman Gould, you don't have to ask me any questions. You can torture me however you want, Bishop Jeffers said straightforwardly. Chairman Gould frowned slightly. He knew that it wasn't easy to get anything out of Bishop Jeffers. For an old monster like him who had lived for thousands of years, physical torture would be useless. Besides, Bishop Jeffers was talented in mental strength, so it would be useless to use mental interrogation methods. Then I have no choice but to hand you over to the shrines of war, Chairman Gould said, shaking his head. Bishop Jeffers remained silent, as if he wasn't afraid of Chairman Gould's threat. Chairman Gould took out the chairman's communication magic circle and contacted Archbishop McIntyre. This was Bishop Jeffers' last chance. If he still didn't answer the question, Chairman Gould would really hand him over to Archbishop McIntyre. Bishop Jeffers just sat there with his eyes closed. Chairman Gould entered a message in the communication magic circle, telling Archbishop McIntyre that the murderer of the Knight of the Leon Temple had been caught and could be handed over to the shrines of war at any time. Bishop Jeffers suddenly opened his eyes while Chairman Gould was waiting for the shrines of war to reply. His eyes were filled with fear. What's wrong? Are you scared? Chairman Gould was a little curious about Bishop Jeffers' reaction. He thought Bishop Jeffers was worried about being sent to the shrines of war. However, Chairman Gould soon discovered that something was amiss as the aura of Bishop Jeffers was rapidly weakening. Logically speaking, Bishop Jeffers wouldn't be able to commit suicide even if he wanted to, since he was in the interrogation room of the Supreme Council and bound by a few pattern chains. However, Bishop Jeffers' aura was continuously weakening. Through Chancellor Gould's spiritual senses, he could sense that Bishop Jeffers' body was collapsing from the inside. I heard that you've caught a follower of Bishop Jeffers' level 5 Diablo. Archbishop Barney told me to ask for Jeffers' follower. At this moment, Chairman Gould received a message from the chairman's communication magic circle. It was from Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines. Bishop Bolin wasn't very polite to Chairman Gould because they were close to each other in private. They were brothers, after all. Bolin, take a look at Jeffers' level 5 Diablo. What's going on? Chairman Gould didn't think about how Bishop Bolin knew about it. He hurriedly activated the communication magic circle and sent Bishop Bolin the real-time situation of Bishop Jeffers convulsing. How was this possible? The evil god of Jeffers, a rank 5 evil god believer, abandoned him. His body should have decayed long ago, but because the evil god used divine grace to forcefully use divine power to maintain his body from being destroyed, he is still alive. Now that the Diablo wants to abandon Jeffers and take back the divine power, his body naturally can't take it anymore. It's inevitable that his body will collapse. Bishop Bolin explained to Chairman Gould while transferring the image to another totem board. Bishop Jeffers didn't attack many times, but one of them was related to Archbishop Barney, who was still very young at that time. Although Archbishop Barney had been trying to catch Bishop Jeffers for so many years, it wasn't that easy. Even though he was an Archbishop of the Earth Shrines, Archbishop Barney couldn't find any traces of Bishop Jeffers. The nobles had eyes and ears in the shrines, but the shrines also had informants among the nobles. Although the 4 shrines didn't participate in such a major incident in the Supreme Council, they were still paying attention to it through their own means. After hearing that Bishop Jeffers had been arrested, Archbishop Barney finally couldn't hold back and made a request through Bishop Bolin. After hearing Bishop Bolin's explanation, Chairman Gould shook his head helplessly. In this situation, he had no choice but to watch Bishop Jeffers die slowly. I've recorded the death of Jeffers. I'm sure Archbishop Barney will be satisfied, Bolin said with a smile. He no longer had any intention of asking for Jeffers to become a level 5 evil god believer. Chairman Gould cut off contact with Bishop Bolin. At this moment, the reply from the Shrines of War had also arrived. They said that Bishop Jeffers had been handed over to the Supreme Council for trial. In fact, Archbishop McIntyre of the Shrines of War really wanted to come over personally, but at the thought of Lord Arthur's presence, he didn't want to do so at all. In fact, none of the Shrines of War was willing to come over at such a time. Archbishop McIntyre was also clear that since the murderer had been caught, the Supreme Council would at most be dereliction of duty for failing to guard the Knight of Leon Shrine well. Besides, the murderer was a believer of an evil god and an enemy of the shrines. Hence, the Supreme Council couldn't be blamed for it. Besides, the Knight of Leon Shrine had already fallen, and Archbishop McIntyre didn't want to step in for the sake of the ordinary shrines. The Shrines of War didn't have the confidence to completely fall out with the Supreme Council for the sake of the ordinary shrines. Instead, Archbishop McIntyre sometimes rejoiced that the Knight of Leon Shrine hadn't been put on trial, which was actually the best outcome. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse if Archbishop McIntyre really fell out with the Supreme Council for the sake of the 5th level Knight. What the Shrines of War needed now was a period of time to recover and restore the number of powerhouses to the previous scale, or even more, before they could suppress the Supreme Council. Archbishop McIntyre's greatest regret was the number of oracles he had. The Shrines of War only had 3 oracles left. The 3 oracles were very weak, and the power they exerted after the divine descent was needless to say. They could at most suppress a legendary level Knight. Besides, due to the fact that the 3 oracles were weak, they were almost expendable. Every time a divine descent was used to deal with a legendary level Knight, an oracle would be lost. This was different from the past, when the highest level in the great world of God was only level 5. Back then, even the weakest oracle could easily get rid of a level 5 opponent with a single divine descent. However, dealing with a legendary level Knight would require a lot of energy, which was not something that the weak oracles could withstand. Archbishop McIntyre had the idea of reviving the Shrines of War, but he didn't have the corresponding power. Hence, he could only bear with it. Chairman Gould summoned a knight to clean up the corpse in the interrogation room. Perhaps it was no longer a corpse. After the body of the 5th level Bishop Jeffers collapsed, only some broken pieces were left. David was in the chairman's office, and he sensed that the shadow attendant had suddenly flown out and absorbed his soul. Since his mental range had reached 1,000 kilometers, this kind of thing had often happened. As long as there was a death within the range of 1,000 kilometers, the shadow attendant would instantly appear at the place of death and absorb the soul. David didn't need soul energy anymore, so the shadow attendant could digest all the soul energy on its own. This time, David was surprised that the soul absorbed was a level 5 soul with a level 5 soul origin. He knew that the 5th level Bishop Jeffers had died. He couldn't help but sigh at the ruthlessness of Chairman Gould, who had directly killed the 5th level Bishop Jeffers. David didn't know that it was because he had told the god of fear his identity that the god of fear was afraid and abandoned the 5th level Bishop Jeffers, who might have revealed the location of Shrines of Fear. The trial started again, and the whole process was very smooth. Archbishop McIntyre didn't come, and the representatives of the Shrines of War didn't come, which made the trial go smoothly. Under the watch of the nobles, the chief judge and the 4 judges made a judgment based on the evidence provided by the Aristocratic Affairs Office and the Law Enforcement Office. All the priests who had participated in the massacre of Mike's family would be deprived of their bloodline and sent to the Mineral Star to work until they died. The chief judge also took the Shrines of War into consideration, so he didn't directly sentence the 86 priests to be hanged. However, the deprivation of bloodline wasn't any less severe than being hanged on the spot. Most knights would rather die than be deprived of their bloodline. After losing their bloodline and being sent to the Mineral Star, these priests wouldn't live long. The environment of the Mineral Star was extremely harsh, and some strong people couldn't bear it. It was lucky to live for more than a year after losing their bloodline. The result of the judgment was reported to the Shrines of War and the other 4 Shrines of War. The 4 shrines didn't object to this reasonable judgment, and they couldn't raise any objections. The shrines of war didn't respond at all, seemingly tacitly agreeing to this result. However, many people in the great world of God could tell that there was a very obvious rift between the shrines of war and the nobles, especially the Supreme Council. Only a few people guessed that the initiator of this rift was an evil god, but even if they knew that, they couldn't affect the rift between the shrines of war and the nobles. Among the nobles, there was a lot less respect for the shrines of war. In the eyes of the nobles, the shrines of war were slowly losing their high status and becoming the enemies of the nobles. Chapter 1199. Priest Johnston's assassination case was over, but the impact did not disappear. In the following period of time, shrines and priests died, one after another in the great world of God, and the results of these deaths more or less implicated the nobles. Fortunately, apart from the war shrines, the four shrines did not have the intention of abandoning the Supreme Council. The four shrines cooperated with the Supreme Council and launched an investigation into these cases. In fact, the Supreme Council and the five shrines also understood that these were all evil gods trying to sow discord between the shrines and the Supreme Council. However, as the number of cases increased, the shrines and the lower echelons of the Supreme Council became more and more hostile. During this period, many shrines were also reported, and for a while, the five shrines were affected. While the great world of God was in chaos, David returned to planet Gamma and continued to cultivate in seclusion. In the Zerg world, the Queen Mother was using her special sensory abilities to check the information she had collected. Among the information, there was information about the Zerg world, but most of it was about the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. The source of the information was the Zerg race that had the ability to bewitch people. They controlled the humans of the Interstellar Federation through bewitchment and turned them into spies for the Zerg race to gather information about the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. These bewitched people were all on planet Warstar, and they could only succeed in bewitching people of the Interstellar Federation who were not strong-willed. For example, the true elites of the Interstellar Federation's military, strong-willed soldiers could not be bewitched, let alone the knight of the great world of God. The bewitched people of the Interstellar Federation could gather information about the Interstellar Federation slightly better, but it was much more difficult to gather information about the great world of God. However, this case that had shaken the entire great world of God had reached even Worcester's knight of the great world of God. The news wasn't kept a secret. The Interstellar Federation was very concerned about Lord Arthur, who had left the Interstellar Federation for the great world of God. This gave the spies a chance to find out more. The Queen Mother compared the information and calculated the timing of Lord Arthur's appearance. She discovered that when Lord Arthur was in the great world of God, the inheritance rune was still in the bug world. In other words, the Empress Mother's original judgment that the Imperial Inheritance Totem was on Lord Arthur was incorrect. However, if she wanted to obtain the Imperial Inheritance Totem, she still needed to find out the relevant information from Lord Arthur. After all, one of the Imperial Inheritance Totem had fallen into Lord Arthur's hands, and there was a very high chance that the other Imperial Inheritance Totem had once been in Lord Arthur's hands. Although gods were not in a rush for time, the Queen Mother could not wait any longer. She impatiently wanted to capture Lord Arthur. After waiting for a long time without receiving a response from the God of War, the Queen Mother finally could not wait any longer. The Queen Mother's clone appeared in the insectoid territory of Warstar. The energy in this clone was extremely low, making it somewhat illusory. The Queen Mother's clone sent out a strange ripple toward the human territory. The ripple accurately flew into the only war shrines on Warstar. There was a reaction from the war shrines, and a clone of the God of War appeared. At the same time, it was a body made of pure energy, not faith energy. That kind of energy was too advanced, and using it on Warstar would cause the energy here to go berserk. The God of War did not want to see the Queen Mother because he had lost too much from his deal with the Queen Mother. Most importantly, even though he had lost so much, Lord Arthur had still not been captured. God of War, when can our deal be completed? The Queen Mother did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "What's in our deal? I am unable to fulfill your request." The God of War replied in a low voice. The Queen Mother looked at the God of War. Although she was not from the same world as the God of War, she had some understanding of the God of War's style. The God of War was not a god who went back on his word. Although there were no guarantees in this deal, as long as the God of War could fulfill it, he would do his best to fulfill it. "I want to know the reason," the Queen Mother asked. The Queen Mother could not understand. A world crystal in exchange for Lord Arthur. How could the God of War not fulfill such a deal? One had to know that it was sometimes impossible to obtain a single world crystal in tens of thousands of years. All he had to do was capture a human, and he could exchange for one at any time. This was an extremely profitable deal. Lord Arthur is a demigod, and he also has some god-level helpers. The God of War stopped here. He suddenly did not want to say anymore. This was because among Lord Arthur's helpers, there were two god-level insectoid existences. How could he casually leak this information to the Queen Mother? Although the God of War and the Queen Mother were conversing peacefully here, if their true bodies were here, then the only possibility was a battle of gods to the death. If Lord Arthur was an opponent, then the Queen Mother was the real enemy. The God of War thought that Lord Arthur must have some plans in the insectoid world. Otherwise, there was no way two god-level insectoids would be willing to help. The Queen Mother did not know any of this, so it could only mean that the Queen Mother had been tricked by Lord Arthur. The God of War wanted to see what Lord Arthur was up to in the insectoid world. "I want to talk to Lord Arthur. Please pass this to Lord Arthur so that I can talk to him. This is my gift of thanks," the Queen Mother said as she tossed over a thin, long whisker-like item and 100 god-level crystals to the God of War. The Queen Mother was sure that she had the God of War under control. The God of War was the one who went back on the deal first. Now that the Queen Mother made a request, it would be unreasonable for the God of War to refuse. The God of War frowned as he looked at the whisker in his hand. It was half a whisker. He could feel it in his hand. It was a whisker with a special connection ability. He just didn't know what kind of insectoid it belonged to. The God of War returned the 100 god-level crystals and said in a low voice, "Okay, I'll pass on the god-level crystals. Consider it my compensation for not completing the deal." 100 god-level crystals were nothing to the God of War. Not accepting the god-level crystals was a good way to solve his problem with the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother understood what the God of War meant. She put away the god-level crystals without a care. The god-level crystals were just small things to her. They were spoils of war and had very low value. This was because the god-level power in the god-level crystals could be obtained by the Queen Mother, who had an emperor-level inheritance rune. As long as she was in the insectoid world, the god-level power in the god-level crystals was much higher than the god-level crystals. The Queen Mother reminded the God of War of the importance of this matter. "God of War, I hope you can bring it. If the problem between Lord Arthur and I isn't solved, the insectoid world will launch a large-scale attack on the great world of God." The God of War said plainly, "Don't threaten me. My name is War. I'm not afraid of war. I just don't know if the insectoid world will be destroyed or if the great world of God will be destroyed." The energy of the Queen Mother's incarnation slowly faded and disappeared. The God of War's incarnation flew back to the Shrines of War, and the half-whisker appeared on the altar of the Shrines of War. A level 4 priest carefully put away the half-whisker and left the shrines without hesitation. A level 4 priest was the only priest in this war shrines. Priests were far away from the Shrines of War on this war planet. They only had some power when they were close to the Shrines of War. This was why the level 4 priest rarely left the range of the Shrines of War, but he had no choice today. Fortunately, the Shrines of War were far away from the insectoid territory, so no insectoids came close. The level 4 priest safely arrived at a castle. The level 4 priest said in a deep voice, "Earl Brooks, according to my lord's orders, I need to leave this war planet and return to the great world of God as soon as possible." Earl Brooks was the highest-ranking person on the war planet, and he was also the commander here in name. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't mobilize the Night of War. Earl Brooks thought about it and tried to avoid it. To be honest, if any of the other 4 shrines had a request, Earl Brooks would definitely go and discuss it with the Night of War. However, the one speaking was a priest of the war shrines, so it was completely different. The conflict between the shrines of war and the nobles had been getting worse and worse, so Earl Brooks didn't want to work for the priests of the war shrines at all. Even when the level 4 priest mentioned the god of war, Earl Brooks still tried to avoid it. It was clear that this level 4 priest didn't know the crux of the matter at all. To be sent here to guard shrines that didn't have much faith and to be far away from the god of war in the great world of God, it meant that the level 4 priest was being pushed aside. The level 4 priest didn't know the current situation of the great world of God, and he only had one question in his mind. Why did Earl Brooks still refuse him when he mentioned the god of war? The level 4 priest emphasized, "Earl Brooks, this is an important mission for my lord." Earl Brooks didn't want to offend the shrines of war, so he came up with a solution. "How about this? Tomorrow, there will be a starship coming back. You can follow it back to the great world of God." The level 4 priest knew that something must have happened in the great world of God. Otherwise, Earl Brooks wouldn't be acting like this. Even though he was worried, he couldn't force himself to fly back to Warstar as a level 4 priest. After leaving the shrines of war, he wasn't much stronger than a normal person. The next day, the level 4 priest boarded the starship arranged by Earl Brooks, but he soon realized that everyone was looking at him with hostility. Especially when they saw the symbol of the shrines of war on the level 4 priest, the hostility was even stronger. This made the level 4 priest a little nervous, but nothing happened on the way back to the great world of God. The destination of the starship was the Guardian planet, and the level 4 priest was under the Guardian planet. He used the portal on the Guardian planet to teleport to Tula. From Tula, the level 4 priest used the portal to return to the shrines of war. When he arrived at the main shrines and saw the familiar door, he let out a long sigh of relief. Along the way, the level 4 priest noticed that every noble who looked at him had malice in their eyes. It was like he was some kind of evil being. He wasn't used to being treated with respect in the past. "I have a message from the gods. I want to see the Archbishop." The 4th grade priest took a deep breath, strode to the gate of the main temple, and spoke to the priest guarding the gate in a deep voice. Because of the prophecy, during the process of transmitting the prophecy, his status was extremely noble. The priest quickly bowed and let the level 4 priest in. "Please wait in the hall. We will inform the Archbishop now." With his current status, it wasn't easy for him to enter the main shrines without a message from the gods. He didn't have the right to enter. Archbishop McIntyre heard the message and immediately rushed over. On the way, he learned about the level 4 priest's identity. Archbishop McIntyre bowed to the level 4 priest. "Please come with a message from the gods." The level 4 priest understood that Archbishop McIntyre wasn't bowing to him, but to the gods. He felt that it was strange that this archbishop was so unfamiliar. However, the level 4 priest also knew that no one in the main shrines would dare to impersonate an archbishop. His shrines on Warstar were in a different world from the shrines in the great world of God, so he couldn't send a message over. The level 4 priest took out half of the long beard and handed it to Archbishop McIntyre. The level 4 priest stood up straight and announced, "The gods say, hand this item over to Lord Arthur." As the gods say, Archbishop McIntyre's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lord Arthur's name, but he still bowed. Archbishop McIntyre straightened his body after the exchange of the oracle was completed. The level 4 priest, on the other hand, bowed down. Archbishop McIntyre looked at the level 4 priest and sternly said, "You have done a meritorious deed by bringing back the god's message. You don't need to return to Warstar in the future. Just work at the main shrines. I will arrange for another priest to go over." This was a custom. Those chosen by the god of war to deliver the god's message would receive some reward. "Thank you, Archbishop." The level 4 priest excitedly bowed. He could finally leave the war shrines on Warstar, leave that cage-like place where he couldn't sense the existence of the god of war. All he could hear every day was news of the battle. He didn't even know what had happened in the great world of God. The level 4 priest wanted to find an opportunity to find out what had happened. How could a priest of the war shrines be treated like this outside? Those nobles looked at him like he was an enemy. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.